Every video here on 616 Entertainment is made possible by my supporters over on Patreon. If you enjoyed the show here today, consider signing up. You'll get early access, exclusive videos and podcasts, and more. Pro Wrestling Tees has the merch. As always, thank you for watching. Across 2021, I released The History of Halloween, a 6-part, nearly 6-hour retrospective series looking back on all 13 of the films that Michael Myers made famous. The Shape, the Boogeyman, call him what you will. Those blue coveralls and that white mask are known the world over, and for good reason. Several times across that series, I labeled Michael Myers as arguably the most famous slasher villain of all time. Many of you agreed with me, hundreds of thousands of you, as a matter of fact. But there were some who took the arguably part very seriously. They saw our butcher knife and raised us one comically large machete. They turned their backs on the William Shatner hood in favor of a goalie's facial protection. Jason Voorhees. I'm talking about Jason Voorhees. Why open a franchise retrospective about the star killer of Camp Crystal Lake by talking about Halloween? Well, that's an easy one. Friday the 13th began its life as a complete and utter ripoff of Halloween. That's not me talking smack. That's not an insult. It's true. Remember when Jason pops out of the lake at the end of the first movie? That was thrown together on the fly because the team wanted a jump scare that was something like Carrie. These copycat jobs would not be the monster under the hockey mask's lasting legacy, though. Over time, Jason became his own man, or his own boy. It's hard to say sometimes. Friday the 13th would step out of Halloween's shadow and, on multiple occasions, defeat the Boogeyman head-to-head at the worldwide box office, proving to moviegoers and hardcore horror hounds that, yes, Jason was indeed an icon of the highest caliber. Over the next 5 months or so here on youtube.com/616entertainment, we're going to explore every nook and cranny that Crystal Lake has to offer. From the original offerings to the Tommy Jarvis trilogy, between New Blood and New York, from hell to space, and even the showdown with Freddy Krueger, I mean it. We will savor every drop of blood, every solemn scream. YouTube won't let me tally the butts and boobs, but we'll appreciate those silently. Hey, this is only the beginning. I grew up a massive Halloween fan. You have seen the pictures on this channel to prove it, but fear not, because I was a little Crystal Lake kid too. Welcome to the history of Friday the 13th Part 1, the original trilogy. Everybody has their first experience with Friday the 13th. Maybe you were flipping channels as a kid and you timed your button press perfectly to see a body get thrown through a plate glass window. Maybe you caught one of the sillier segments, like the weird-ass 3D portions of Part 3, and stuck around to see exactly what the hell you'd found on your television. For me, my first memories with the series date back to the mid-90s. The local video store, for me, was heaven. Coming from a family that wasn't exactly rich, renting a movie or a video game was a treat. It was an event. It was a special occasion. I would always find a way to slink off and peruse the horror section, both unsure of what I'd find and certain that it'd make an impression on me at the same time. It was a 2-for-1. Amongst the tapes for Child's Play 2 and Ghoulies, Dolly Dearest, and Poltergeist were Friday the 13th Part 4, the final chapter, and Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday. I laid eyes on these covers without ever having seen the films themselves, and even though the masks were very, very different, I could tell that they were the same killer. Part 4 was practical, it was brutal, and I needed to know why there was a knife sticking out of the eye of this mask. A blood-soaked box art was something I was not very used to, not only back then, but even today. Look at all of the movies I mentioned previously. How many of them have a cover with a massive pool of blood on it? None of them. The cover for Jason Goes to Hell was another story. I didn't find this one nearly as intriguing, and scary wasn't exactly my go-to descriptor. Even at 6 or 7 years old, I could tell from a quick glance that whatever this was, it was probably really stupid. Many, many years later, I'd find out just how right I was. But here I am already talking about the 4th and 9th movies in the franchise without ever digging into today's topic, which is the original trilogy. When you're talking about Jason Voorhees, it's hard to not bounce all over the place. Hell, in the 2003 showdown with Freddy Krueger, Jason himself did a bunch of bouncing all over the place, but once again, that's another tale for another time. So let's dial it in, let's focus, let's take a look at the origins of the first film. Friday the 13th's life officially began in the form of a print ad which promised to deliver the most terrifying movie ever made. The ad was put together and published by the man who would serve as director for the film, Sean S. Cunningham. And the best part about this ad is that when it ran, Sean had no idea what Friday the 13th was. He had a title, and that was it. There were no characters, there was no concept, there was no story, there wasn't even an idea. The most terrifying movie ever made was a ploy to hook investors, to pull in as much money as possible, because Sean didn't have the money to fund the film himself. Spoiler, this advertisement worked. The phone rang off the hook, and before long, Sean Cunningham and writer Victor Miller were cooking. This is when Cunningham went to Miller and said, "Hey, did you see Halloween? It made a lot of money. Let's rip it off." And rip it off they did. Victor Miller, the man who wrote Friday the 13th, has openly admitted to popping the Halloween tape into his VCR, watching the opening scene where we see through Michael's eyes as he stalks his prey and commits his first murder and going, "Oh, okay, that's how you do it." Sean Cunningham, in my research, isn't so keen on crediting the series that gave us Michael Myers. By that I mean he almost never, ever mentions it at all, but it is what it is.
And I had thought of this title some time ago called Friday the 13th. And I said to myself, if I had a film called Friday the 13th, I could sell that.
And Sean called me up and said, Halloween is making incredible money at the box office, let's rip it off. That is keeping it real.
Speaking of mentioning, should I mention, right here, right now, that the relationship between Miller and Cunningham exploded, the fallout of which resulted in a lawsuit bloodier than any of the films we'll discuss in this series? Nah, not right now. We'll get into all of that later. Friday the 13th wasn't the first time that Cunningham and Miller acted as a tag team, having previously paired up for Here Come the Tigers and Manny's Orphans, neither of which have you seen. You also wouldn't have seen Friday the 13th if it were up to Miller, as he repeatedly pitched Cunningham on the title of Long Night at Camp Blood. Obviously, Cunningham won that argument, unlike their lawsuit. The team behind this film goes deeper than just this writer-director combo though, so let's open up the floodgates. Despite recycling and rehashing many concepts from Halloween, this original Friday movie had one major element that Michael Myers' first outing didn't, that being brutal violence. Think of Michael's kills from that first movie. What do you actually see? Annie's death occurs inside of a fogged up car. The mechanic on the side of the road? Off camera. Even Bob's death. Yeah, he's pinned to the wall with a knife to the chest, but what do we actually witness occur? Not a single drop of blood. Friday the 13th's approach was a little different, to say the least. An axe to the head, an arrow shoved in the back of the neck, popping out the throat, a decapitation via machete, a throat being slit in broad daylight. Yeah, dude. All of these effects were the work of makeup expert Tom Savini, who, if you're a seasoned horror fan, you know very well. His resume goes far beyond Friday the 13th. Hell, he did the effects for George A. Romero's Dawn of the Dead 2 years prior. Maniac, Creepshow, Day of the Dead, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, come on. More recently, the fantastic and horrifying mask worn by Ethan Hawke in The Black Phone, that's a Savini design. For you wrestling fans, where are my fireflies? The Fiend's belt was a Savini creation. The term legend is thrown around a bit too often these days, but Tom Savini carries the label, and deservedly so. I don't think it's very important to run down the entirety of the cast because, honestly, only one of them will return for the sequel. Our leading lady, Robbie Morgan, plays Annie the Hitchhiker, who is on her way to Camp Crystal Lake. Oh wait, never mind, she's not our lead. They pulled a psycho here and killed off who we thought was going to be the star in the early going. Our leading lady, Adrienne King, plays the role of Alice, a camp counselor who gets caught up in much more than she was expecting. Oh wait, this guy comes back for the sequel too. Crazy Ralph tries to warn everybody not to go to Camp Blood, as he calls it, claiming that the grounds have a death curse. What does that mean? Honestly, we have no idea. And I think that's a perfect springboard into the story of the film. The year is 1958. The place is Camp Crystal Lake, a beautiful but secluded wooded area in New Jersey. Counselors sing songs around the fire, and before long, two of them retreat into a cabin to get down to business. It is at this moment that the two are brutally murdered. Friday the 13th smashes into the foreground, and we transition to present day. Wait, who killed those people? I don't know. Why were those people killed? I don't know. And that's the thing, throughout 90% of this film, we don't know. If you're anything like me, you saw this movie years and years later. You already knew the twist. You already knew about Jason Voorhees. But if you blindly headed out to the theater in 1980 when this movie released, it was a mystery what the hell was going on. And I think that that's an aspect of this film that is largely forgotten today. The rest of the movie, basically, is centered around young people. A new group of counselors trying to whip Camp Crystal Lake into shape before the kids arrive for the summer. Nobody really has any sort of backstory at all. The setting itself is practically the main character. Crazy Ralph told you not to come here. The cop who shows up for no reason says there's not going to be any funny business going on around here. The trucker who offers Annie a ride says the place is jinxed, that there were 2 murders in 1958, and a boy that drowned in 1957. Do you see what I mean? None of these characters can hold a candle to the setting. Camp Crystal Lake is the main character. That's it. It's a slow build. There's a ton of just straightening up. Alice has no idea how to use a hammer. I can't believe this made the final cut. Kevin Bacon, yes, that's Kevin Bacon, is a prankster, as if we've never seen that before. The crew thoughtlessly kill a real snake for the sake of their stupid movie, which does legitimately bother me. Unlike the Halloween franchise, you're not gonna find many people accusing the original Friday the 13th of being the best film in the series. It's boring. The counselors start getting picked off, one by one. Boom, boom, boom. The aforementioned arrow through the throat is an all-timer. Throughout all of this mayhem and murder, we still have no idea what's happening or why. Then, at the 1 hour and 15 minute mark of a 1 hour and 35 minute movie, Betsy Palmer of Broadway and big screen fame shows up out of nowhere. She's playing Pamela Voorhees, the mother of a boy named Jason, the very same boy who drowned at Camp Crystal Lake in 1957. The murders that occurred the following year, those murders were carried out by Pamela. The counselors who were killed were the very counselors who she believed should have been keeping an eye on her poor son. We see her delusions and hallucinations playing out in real time, hearing Jason's voice crying for help. She's even responding to him. She even confuses Alice as the specific counselor who let him drown, despite the fact that Alice has no idea what the history of this place even is. Several struggles ensue before, finally, Alice, out of desperation, puts a violent end to Pamela's reign of terror. She boards a canoe, paddles out to the safety of the water, and falls asleep. In the morning, police arrive to the scene when a ghoulish, rotting boy from beneath the waves pulls Alice into the abyss. Or, actually he didn't. It was a dream. That's a little deflating. That's the story of Friday the 13th, Dan Dans. There is not much to it. The boy in the lake dream sequence was indeed tacked on at the last second because the crew felt they needed a chair jumper, or jump scare in today's terminology. Basically, they had already knocked off Halloween and Psycho, and now they wanted to steal something from Carrie. It was makeup artist Tom Savini who pitched Jason in the lake being a dream sequence. There were ongoing debates about how a dead boy in the water didn't make any sense, and that nothing up to this point was supernatural, so why would you break the rules now? Tom Savini stepped up and said, just make it a dream. You can get away with anything in a dream. Director Sean Cunningham has gone on record saying that, at the time, he was against Jason emerging from the lake because not only was no one thinking of the next Friday the 13th, they couldn't imagine the need for another one. Man, small beginnings, right? Fans of the franchise, to this day, go back and forth on this surprise ending. Should the film have cut to the credits after Alice was pulled under the water, without the reveal that it was a bad dream? Should Jason not have appeared at all? Should the movie have ended after Alice killed Pamela? It's a matter of taste. For me, it is what it is. I can't control what they did, so I don't lose any sleep over it. Someone who did lose sleep was film critic Gene Siskel. Not about the ending with the boy in the lake, no, but over an icon like Betsy Palmer lowering herself to such a disgusting, dastardly role. Siskel was so offended by her decision to take the part that he posted her address in his column in the Chicago Tribune and encouraged readers to send angry and disappointed letters to her home. I am not kidding. What a boneheaded bozo thing to do. He also screwed up and gave the wrong address, so luckily, Betsy never received a single letter to her home. Who knows if anyone even wrote one to begin with? I would like to think that any reader who saw that found his behavior embarrassing and ignored it, but there's really no way of saying. Palmer gives what is without a doubt the best performance in the movie. No surprise there. And it's a shame she's only on screen for a few minutes. Realistically, having her show up at the very end was all Sean Cunningham could afford. Obviously, they would have loved to have her around the entire time, but this was a small-time film with a small budget of just $500,000. If you've ever felt like Betsy Palmer was kind of the Donald Pleasance of Friday the 13th, you're not the only one. Getting an established, older star was another move straight out of the Halloween playbook. And it's a play that I would argue Friday the 13th ran to great success. And success, that's a word that would become synonymous with the series. I just mentioned that the budget for Friday the 13th came in at just $500,000. And after releasing on May 9th, 1980, the film would go on to gross over $59.8 million at the worldwide box office. I'm not particularly skilled when it comes to mathematical situations, but if my calculations are correct, I think that's a fucking hit. Critically, the reception wasn't so hot. The Halloween comparisons were abundant, with not so many writers looking kindly upon the similarities. In fact, many found Friday's characters, plot, suspense, and overall appeal to be sorely lacking in the shadow of Michael Myers. The level of violence, which is one specific area where Friday the 13th made a point to one-up Halloween, was also largely detested. Myriad critics warned their readers to avoid the film entirely, questioning who would ever want to see a woman's head being split with an axe, so on and so forth. And honestly, it's a good question. Who would ever want to see that? Even if the papers dumped on the film's quality, message, and content, the fact remained that Friday the 13th made a lot of money at the box office. And as we all know, there's no color in Hollywood more important than green. Even with 99% of the cast killed off, including your main and only villain, the need for a sequel was apparent. There was money to be made here, and somebody's got to make that money, right? Writer Victor Miller would not return for the follow-up, nor would he ever return to the franchise, as a matter of fact. But Sean Cunningham would stay on board, even if he would hand the keys over to a new director. Friday the 13th Part 2 was on its way. The body count continues. So what the hell were they going to do for Friday the 13th Part 2? That's a question that many people were asking, including series creator Sean Cunningham, makeup expert Tom Savini, writer Victor Miller, and more. The long-term plan was... well, clearly there was no long-term plan. At all. Cunningham scoffed at the idea of Jason taking the villain role, stating that it was the worst idea he'd ever heard. He said, Jason was a figment of the girl's imagination. What, he lives in the lake? Cunningham made the decision to distance himself from the series, looking to take on something bigger and more legitimate in his mind. Tom Savini was offered the job to once again do the effects for Part 2 and turned it down over how stupid he thought the idea was for Jason to become the killer. What do you mean Jason's running around? No one's ever seen this kid at the camp? He's lived off crawfish for 30 years? Production, obviously, was off to a shaky start. Jason wasn't always intended to be the killer, either. That's just where things wound up going, thanks to several producers who saw it as a natural progression. There were initial discussions revolving around a story completely unrelated to the original film, swinging Friday the 13th into an anthology direction. If you're typing up a comment about how this is once again trying to be a Halloween knockoff, don't bother. Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, the film that attempted to leave Michael Myers behind for an anthology approach, was still over a year away. Halloween 2 wasn't even in theaters yet, so hold your horses. Just because Friday the 13th rips off other films all the time doesn't mean everything they do is a ripoff, alright? The empty director's chair would be filled by a man named Steve Miner, who had served as producer and assistant director on the original Friday. Miner would go on to work as a second unit director on the underrated classic Night of the Creeps.
Really?
And would even direct 1998's Halloween H2O, making him the only man to ever call the shots for Jason Voorhees and Michael Myers. With Victor Miller also gone from the franchise, Ron Kurz would pen the script. A script that I think we should fly through right now. 2 months after the events of the original film, Alice, our tried and true heroine, is killed off in the opening scene when an ice pick is jammed into her temple. I'm sorry to interrupt already. I realize I just started going through the story, but god damn, dude, that's it. You would think this is who we were going to follow through Part 2. This is the girl who survived that night. This is the girl who cut Mrs. Voorhees' head off. But nope, she's dead. With Alice eliminated, I think it's only natural to wonder what we're going to do from here. Well, 5 years go by, and, I mean, come on, don't be silly. We're just going to do the exact same thing all over again. A new group of young people are setting up their stay at Camp Crystal Lake. Paul Holt is the ringleader this time, and his goal is to train a new set of camp counselors. He's well aware of the stories surrounding the area and attempts to diffuse any lingering fears by making a joke out of the events, calling them ancient history. It's funny, though, the story has changed a bit. Jason no longer drowned and died in 1957, with the legends now insisting that he survived, that he witnessed his mother's murder, and that he stalks the campgrounds to this very day, seeking revenge. It's worth noting that Paul and the others aren't exactly walking the same paths that Alice and the prior counselors walked. Camp Crystal Lake is indeed closed off to the public. Paul and the gang are slightly off to the side, which is hilarious. This is the story of the film. These kids are killed off, one by one, in even more gruesome fashion than the previous installment. Eventually, Paul and Ginny, the only two surviving characters, discover the severed head of Pamela Voorhees, which her son Jason has kept in the cabin where he's hidden out for 25 years. Ginny, having listened closely to all of the stories and myths surrounding the killer, puts two and two together. She realizes that the only person Jason ever really knew was his own mother. She plays the role of Pamela in an attempt to trick Jason and nearly pulls it off before it all falls apart. With one final blow, Ginny cuts Jason all the way down into his heart with a machete, putting the psychotic monster out of his misery. Paul and Ginny are reunited with the beautiful Miss Muffin, and all is well. Wrong! Jason, in all his unmasked, grotesque glory, explodes through the window to strike one last time. And then all of a sudden, Ginny's being loaded into an ambulance. Jason's gone, Paul is gone, Muffin is gone. Who knows what the hell happened? Once again, a surprise Jason ending is left completely ambiguous. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. Maybe Jason died from the machete and this attack was a dream? Who knows? Pamela's severed head is our closing shot, insinuating something. I don't know. Now, I realize my delivery there maybe sounded a little labored, possibly even bordering on negative, but let me be very clear about one thing. Friday the 13th Part 2 is much, much better than the original. There's no doubt about it. The story of a Friday the 13th movie is never really going to be the main aspect that we write home about, you know? So to kind of blaze through it does not necessarily mean that I hated it. Quite the opposite, actually. In fact, let's focus in on what makes Part 2 so much better than the original. First of all, the characters themselves are worlds ahead of the prior film's collection of bodies. That's really all they were. They were victims, waiting to be killed. In Part 2, writer Ron Kurz and director Steve Miner actually gave the audience a reason to care about these people. Mark is a straight-laced but fun-loving dude confined to a wheelchair due to a motorcycle accident in his past. An accident that he hasn't let define the entirety of his life. Vicky is very clearly in love with Mark, finding his resolve and determination magnetic. These two aren't your throwaway counselors that are just banging in the woods all the time for no reason. We actually want these two to hook up because they seem really good for each other. Ginny, our new lead, isn't a ditzy idiot. When she hears the stories about Jason, she takes them to heart. Out at the bar while everyone else is getting drunk and goofing off, she's sitting there poring over these horribly sad stories. Because that's what they are, really. This was a little boy who was mentally handicapped. He drowned because no one was watching after him. And that's canon, by the way. The original writers saw Jason as a boy who was, and I quote, slow, and needed a little more help than the other kids. That's sad. And Ginny's the only one who seems hurt by it. But Paul's not a dickhead either. He's not out here lying about his intentions. He wants to open the camp back up because it'll be one, something positive he can do, and two, it'll be good for the community to move on and get back to business. Do you see what I mean? These characters have something. Don't get me wrong, there are nothing throwaway sex people too, those being Sandra and Jeff. These two filmed a graphic sex scene together, with Sandra being shown fully naked, a scene which was removed and destroyed after the crew realized that Marta Kober was only 16 years old at the time they filmed it. Whoops! I personally don't find part 1 to be scary in the slightest. But there's one specific line in part 2, though, that sends a shiver down my spine. When Paul and Ginny are searching the cabin, Ginny says,
"Paul, there's someone in this room."
Every time, man. That will always get me because we all know what she's feeling. She doesn't know who it is, she doesn't know where they are. But sometimes you can just feel when something is wrong. You can feel when someone else, someone who isn't supposed to be there, is with you.
Paul, there's someone in this room!
Oh man, that's good shit. As previously mentioned, the kills are even better, which always pops me. The MPAA once again wagged their finger at Friday the 13th, forcing director Steve Miner to remove nearly an entire minute of violence. Now that might not sound like a lot, but sit in silence for 54 seconds and get back to me on how long that felt. Interestingly enough, the cut footage was discovered in FX man Carl Fullerton's personal collection. Seeing what was once thought to be lost Friday the 13th film is like an archaeological discovery for horror fans, right? And speaking of Carl Fullerton, the man who stepped into Tom Savini's old gig, let's get a round of applause. I learned in my research through the fantastic Crystal Lake Memories that Fullerton had just one day to conceptualize, design, and create the prosthetics for Jason's face. One day, man. Some of us are lucky if we can get the house cleaned in one day. Under the burlap sack, playing the iconic Jason Voorhees, were Warrington Gillette and Steve Dash. Now, why two actors? Well, Warrington Gillette, depending on who you ask, was either fired or quit the film after the shot where Jason slams through the window. Getting this shot was apparently hell on earth, with the harness and pulley rig not functioning properly, the window not breaking the right way, so on and so forth. Steve Dash stepped in and carried the torch. Neither actor were told ahead of time that they'd be wearing a sack over their head, and neither were very happy about it, as you might imagine. I personally cannot get the image out of my head of the Phantom Killer from 1976's The Town That Dreaded Sundown when I look at this iteration of Jason. Maybe a little bit of inspiration there? You tell me. I'd also like to mention that both Friday the 13th Part 2 and Halloween 2 feature a police officer getting the back end of a hammer jammed into the top of their head. But Friday the 13th Part 2 did it first. I've made note of the many lift jobs Jason pulled from Michael, but in this case, Jason was the originator. I could keep listing off things about Friday the 13th Part 2 that I enjoyed, but I respect your time and we still have to look at Part 3 after this, you know? I don't want to keep you all day. So now we will transition from compliments to complaints, because not everything about Part 2 is perfect. Crazy Ralph returns from the original and is killed without really doing anything at all. I almost feel like if he wasn't going to have anything to do, why not just kill him in the original? The beautiful Shih Tzu, Muffin, is allowed to just walk around in the woods by herself. Why? How? This isn't a farm dog. This isn't a cattle dog. Shih Tzus can't just be out and about by themselves. I mean, did Patches Lugosi run this company behind the scenes? Sure. Does Panda Bear Karloff now have a job at Burger King while acting as the chief financial officer of 616 Entertainment? Absolutely. But they're not out in the woods full of predators and serial killers, man. Also, they clearly have Jason kill Muffin. We see the body, and then Muffin's just back at the end of the movie. Does this mean that the end is indeed another stupid dream? Who knows? Number one, don't kill dogs in your movie. Ever. It's cheap heat. Number two, I've decided that this is not a dream, because I want Muffin alive. So that's that. Part 2's writer, Ron Kurz, has claimed sole responsibility for the Jason character as we know him, stating that him being different and popping out of the lake at the end of the original film was all his idea, and that he has never gotten credit for it. What is with this series and the major players never being on the same page? Betsy Palmer, Mrs. Voorhees herself, makes an appearance here in Part 2 for just a few lines, but she actually died without ever having seen the movie. She thought the original was gonna flop, so getting the call for the sequel after the first one did well, she thought, why not? Maybe it's better to go that route than to be Donald Pleasance in Halloween 5. Poor son of a bitch. Rumors have persisted for decades that the ending to the film was supposed to feature the severed head of Mrs. Voorhees opening its eyes and smiling at the camera, with the word being that Steve Miner hated this idea, so he had it cut. I would label that as a good call. Series creator Sean S. Cunningham left Friday the 13th looking for something bigger and better, something more legit, in his own words. He said he was kind of waiting for Hollywood to give him something great, and they never did. Cunningham would next direct yet another horror film, A Stranger Is Watching, which would quietly tank at the box office. The plan from then was to reunite with Friday the 13th Part 1's writer, Victor Miller, for a sexy comedy called Spring Break. That is, until Cunningham fired his longtime friend over the phone. What I find hilarious isn't that this ended their long-term friendship, well, this and the Friday lawsuit, but that, once again, Cunningham wanted to rip something off. According to Victor Miller, Sean called him and said,
"Hey, go see Porky's. I want to do that."
Now, this is just my personal opinion here. I'm not trying to report this as fact, and you might see this as sacrilege in a retrospective about Friday the 13th, but I see Sean Cunningham as a hack. The dude's a rip-off artist, and he wasn't just ripping off ideas. He was also telling Victor Miller that he could not afford for Miller to get residual points off Friday the 13th's success. Feel free to offer your own take on that in the comments, but yeah, when it comes to Sean S. Cunningham, this is not my kind of guy. Friday the 13th Part 2 hit theaters on May 1st, 1981, and on an improved budget of $1.25 million, pulled in nearly $22 million at the worldwide box office. Are those numbers down significantly from the original? Absolutely. But is that still an extremely profitable picture? 100%. Halloween 2, the sequel to the film that inspired Friday the 13th, would release just 5 months later, earning $25.2 million at the box office. Hey man, that's not too shabby. From rip-off to side-by-side competition, it was clear that Friday the 13th and Jason Voorhees were not a one-and-done fluke. It wouldn't take long to know what would come next. The following year, it was time to enter a new dimension of terror. What does that mean? A new dimension in terror. It means that this movie was made specifically for a 3D presentation. Look, people make fun of Friday the 13th for Jason X going to space. People make fun of Friday the 13th for Jason Goes to Hell. I mean, we'll get there eventually, alright? But what I'm getting at is, I think people forget that we're only 3 films into the series and they're already diving into the deep end of the gimmick pool. If you're wondering if the 3D gimmick ruins this movie, I will state in the early going that, yes, it does. You know, for years and years, decades really, I touted Friday the 13th Part 3 as one of my favorite films in the entire series. Coming back to watch it again so that I could take my notes for this retrospective. Wow, man. I feel like I'm from another universe, you know? It's a Mandela effect sort of thing. I feel like I'm from a timeline where Part 3 is a good movie. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, man. This movie sucks. Let's knock out the story so we can dig into what exactly works and what doesn't. It's the day after the events of Friday the 13th Part 2. Does that make this technically Saturday the 14th Part 1? Yes, it does, but ignore that, I guess. A new group of young people arrive to a summer home on Crystal Lake. Shouldn't this be an active crime scene? Ignore that, I guess. These kids are killed off one by one, and then Jason fights and loses to another small woman in a one-on-one battle. In the end, Chris, our final girl, is attacked once again by Jason. Just kidding, it was a dream. In the end, Chris, our final girl, is pulled under the waves by Pamela Voorhees, who now has a head again. Just kidding, it was a dream. She's carted off by the police, and Jason is dead. That's it. That's really it. Now, if you're thinking, that's not a story. Nothing happened. It was just Jason killing more people. Yes, there are no added layers. There are no returning characters. There's really no point for Friday the 13th Part 3 existing at all. Now, I mentioned that there are no returning characters, and yes, that includes Ginny, our sole survivor from Part 2. Amy Steele, the actress who played Ginny, was offered a starring role here in Part 3 in a movie that would have focused on Ginny in a sanitarium. A sanitarium where people are being mysteriously murdered. Could it be Jason? Long story short, Amy Steele turned the part down. She has stated since that she's not even sure why she turned it down. It could have been that her agency weren't happy with the money or that they saw bigger things for her future, but yeah, the Ginny character holds a 1-0 winning record over Jason Voorhees, and then she rode off into the sunset. With that story scrapped, we're just back at Camp Crystal Lake. Another set of bodies to be stacked up. I can dig a little deeper into what literally happens scene by scene to try to make it more interesting, but there's not much to say. Chris tells Rick, the guy who is constantly complaining that she's not having sex with him because he came here to the house and he deserves sex apparently. She tells Rick that a year ago she was accosted by a freakish man. He took her away and then she woke up in her own bed. Her parents pretend nothing happened. She never talks about it. She doesn't even know who this guy was. Friday the 13th Part 3's writer stated that at one point, the idea of Jason r***ing Chris that night was considered, but unlike violence and murder, rape isn't amusing for anyone. So they just don't explain what happened at all. For all we know, Jason brought Chris home and tucked her in with a kiss on the head. The double dream false finish makes the least amount of sense of any fake ending yet. Chris doesn't know who Jason is. The name Jason is never even spoken in this movie. So for her to dream in third person that Jason's mother came out of the water in the same way that a person that she has never met before also dreamt once several years ago. What the fuck are we even talking about? Steve Miner, the director of Part 2, returned for Part 3. He can be quoted stating, "It doesn't matter if it makes sense or not." That is not a joke, Dan Dans. And Steve Miner is even in the movie. He's the newsman right in the beginning. How about that? Nobody has anything to do in this movie. Shelley is this guy who is so extremely down on himself and nasty to himself that he constantly annoys everyone to at least try and be somebody or something. When Vera says she does like him, but not like that, she lets him down easy, he calls her a bitch. Shelley might be the first incel I've ever seen on film. He also provides Jason with the mask that would become his iconic look. Great things from small beginnings, right? The hockey mask was just one of several ideas pitched for Jason, and it just so happened to be the one that Steve Miner liked the best. What originated as a 1980s Detroit Red Wings mask was remodeled, retooled, repainted, and even resized to give it a more unique appearance. And I would say it works. What doesn't work is any of the dialogue in this film. No one in this movie speaks like a human being. At one point, Debbie is in the shower, and Andy goes to get her a beer. 2 or 3 seconds pass, and Debbie starts going, "Where are you? What are you doing? Will you stop screwing around? Hey, cut it out! Knock it off! Andy, will you quit it?" Nothing is happening! What is she talking about? Shelley and Andy are juggling in one scene and asking each other, "Do you give up?" Give up? You're juggling. Do you give up is something you ask somebody in a physical competition, like pull-ups or push-ups or something. There's a biker gang that Shelley and Vera have a spat with at a grocery store. These bikers come to the cabin in an attempt to burn it down or something, I don't know. And while these two idiots are siphoning gas, the woman in their group sneaks off into the barn. Everything she sees blows her mind and is the most fun contraption she's ever laid eyes on. I swear to God, she acts like a 6-year-old. I am trying so hard to not go scene by scene, pointing out how stupid it all is. Guys, the 3D, man. The 3D effects are worthless. Oh, let's have a kid hold a baseball bat like an asshole for a few seconds. Let's have a guy hold a mop handle in a weird way. Get Andy to play with a yo-yo for 20 seconds, while Debbie again repeatedly asks him to cut it out. The only 2 interesting 3D effects at all are the rattlesnake and Rick's eyeball popping out. The 3D albatross hanging around this film's neck absolutely ruined the entire picture. With something as simple as a fire poker stab or a wallet throw taking upwards of 35 takes to perfect. Larry Zerner, the actor who played Shelley, told Crystal Lake Memories author Peter Brack that the acting, the performances, none of it mattered. As soon as the 3D scenes were nailed down, they'd get 1 take for dialogue and then it was on to the next. No matter how stilted or horrible it came off, it didn't matter. We got it? Let's move on. I think that's pretty clear in watching the movie. What's not clear is the fucking camera itself. The lens is filthy throughout the entire duration of the film. It's unbelievable. Alright. Man, I'm gonna switch over a little bit. I realize that was very negative. I realize there was a lot of complaining going on there, but I gotta be honest, man. Part 2 was so much better than I remember it being, and Part 3 was so much worse. I'm not here to sell you these movies. This isn't a Friday the 13th commercial. It's a retrospective. And from time to time, there are going to be movies on this list that I'm not very pleased with. It is what it is. Let's refocus, though, on some behind-the-scenes material, and I promise I will put a pause on the complaining for a few minutes. For as many times as I've seen this movie, I had no idea that legendary FX man Stan Winston was hired to create the makeup for Jason's face underneath the mask. In seeing these photos of his work, I didn't even recognize this face, which makes sense because none of Stan Winston's work actually made it into the film at all. This face for Jason is much angrier. It's much more demonic, in my opinion. This combination of prosthetics and makeup was used in the original ending, where Chris sees Rick calling to her from the cabin. She paddles ashore, runs to the door, and Jason appears, cutting Chris's head clean off. This ending was not only left unused, but has never, ever been seen, despite the fact that it was shot. Unfortunately, 42 years later, this ending is assumed to be lost footage. What a shame. Another unused ending, this time one that wasn't filmed, saw another decapitation. This time with Chris slicing Jason's head off with a scythe. But the producers thought that that was too definitive. Hey man, what can you do? I find it funny when Jason reveals his face to Chris, basically saying to her, "It's me, bitch. I'm that guy from that night." Up to this point, we've only known Jason as a mentally challenged little boy who's out for revenge. Now he's a vindictive, self-referential maniac? I guess so. I also find it interesting that Jason still runs here in part 3, something that many seem to forget. Dude used to get around, man. We hear his voice on multiple occasions. The hangman spot off the side of the barn, to me, is an underappreciated visual. Come on, that's awesome. Nothing is supernatural up to this point, so how did Jason survive this? Is his neck too thick like Frank Reynolds from Always Sunny?
Don't try to stop me. Oh my god. Tide's here to be.
Really quick, let me complain about a few more things. This movie, once again, is about an hour and a half long. The entire first hour consists of 3D idiocy and moronic dialogue, but then Jason finally gets to work. But only for a second, because we need to see this Tommy Chong looking ass loser catch 3D popcorn in his mouth. One of my favorite, dumbest moments of the entire film is when this girl discovers the carnage and walks around crying her eyes out without stepping on the gas at all. She walks around the entire cabin at a snail's pace. Oh my god, where is everybody? I can't find everybody. Somebody help me. I don't know where everybody went. I think everybody's dead or some bullshit. I don't know. I left the house and I don't know where everybody... Where is everybody? I'm sorry. I had to. Now this is not a complaint. Quite the opposite, actually. The theme music for Friday the 13th Part 3 is so jarring and out of line with everything else we've heard thus far that it takes you by surprise. But god damn is it awesome. Awesome does not describe the critical reception to the film, but you knew that already. Come on. This is Friday the 13th. This series has never had the red critical carpet rolled out for it, and who cares? It's not about that. That's not what these movies are made for. You know what they're made for? Money. And money is what Part 3 raked in. A lot more of it than Part 2, as a matter of fact. On a $2.2 million budget, Part 3 drew $36.7 million at the worldwide box office. The film was so successful that on Sunday of the opening weekend, most theaters ran out of 3D glasses. This was the first 3D film to receive a wide domestic release, and it doesn't seem like anybody was ready for just how popular it was going to be. To turn our attention to Michael Myers' home series one more time in this video, let's compare again. The year was 1982. Friday the 13th Part 3 pulled in $36.7 million, and Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, earned just $14.4 million. Now Jason couldn't really call this a win over Michael, seeing as though the shape wasn't in the third Halloween film, but Friday could certainly notch a W over Halloween. And that definitely counts for something, if you're keeping score. To make it personal for a second, Friday the 13th Part 3 was the first film in the franchise that I had ever seen. And maybe that's why I felt so positive about it for so long. Nostalgia, right? There are very few things in this world more powerful than nostalgia. Did I learn in my revisiting of it that Part 3 doesn't really hold up? Yes, it largely sucks. Most of it is boring, but Jason's kills are great. His showdown with Chris, which makes up like the last 20 minutes of the movie, is still awesome. The theme song. Are you kidding? The fact that this movie largely sucks, still not gonna wash away my positive memories of it. I probably saw Part 3 first because it was the first tape to show the hockey mask on the back of the box. I'm in my mid-30s. I'm from the era where you would go to the video store and pick up the tapes and look at the back of the box. That's how you would decide what you wanted to rent. I don't know how I knew about the hockey mask. It was just in my head. It's like how when I was even younger, I had never seen wrestling before, but I knew who Hulk Hogan was, you know? Friday the 13th Part 3 began my love of the franchise, and luckily for me, Part 4 was even better. Arguably the best yet. But that's a story for next time. The 4th, 5th, and 6th movies, also known as the Tommy Jarvis trilogy, will carry us through the next installment of the history of Friday the 13th. Thank you so much for watching the history of Friday the 13th, Part 1, the original trilogy. Now let me state real fast. At the time that I'm filming this, I have no idea if the video you just watched is censored. I don't know if it was black and white, I don't know if it was blurred out, I don't know if Jason's kills had to get pulled. Nowadays, there's really no way to know whether or not YouTube's going to be mad at me about anything. So, if the video you just watched was censored, it was not my call, and there will be an uncensored version over on patreon.com/616entertainment. If you're asking yourself, is it annoying for him to have to do this and not even know whether or not he's going to be able to upload it? Yep. At the end of Friday the 13th Part 3, Jason Voorhees was dead. He took an axe to the head. Come on, he's dead. Nobody knew it at the time, but the studio behind Jason's film franchise were getting antsy. Producer Frank Mancuso Jr. was fine with Part 3 being the finale, but Part 3 made a lot of money. And the movie wasn't advertised as being the last ride, so why not cash in one more time, marketing Part 4 as the big send-off? Friday the 13th, the final chapter, would hit theaters 1 year after Part 3, and when those credits rolled, everybody knew it was officially over. The death of a legend, the end of an era. After we go into detail on the final chapter in today's video, we will also cover Friday the 13th Part 5 and Part 6. The final chapter, please. From Tommy Jarvis to the chocolate-loving Joey, from Jason Voorhees to Roy, and from ooh baby, to
Fucked up again, you asshole.
we've got a ton to dig into today. Some say Parts 4 and 6 are the best in the entire franchise. Part 5, you either love it or hate it. Look, wherever you fall when it comes to Friday fandom, I appreciate you watching. Welcome to the history of Friday the 13th Part 2, finales, fakes, and facepalms. Steve Miner, the director of both Friday the 13th Parts 2 and 3, told Crystal Lake Memories author Peter M. Brack, the success of that series is making the same movie over and over again. I couldn't do it anymore. Obviously, we won't be looking at any stories of Mr. Miner in the director's chair today. The aforementioned Frank Mancuso Jr., longtime Paramount producer on board for every Friday outing up to this point, began to deeply resent the series. When every single professional meeting or conversation he took part in came back to Friday the 13th and Jason Voorhees, Mancuso felt disrespected. He felt pigeonholed. He felt like, really? Is this all I'm going to be remembered for? In Frank's eyes, Jason was a pain in the ass. The series was an anchor weighing him down, and he was ready to cut the chain and sail off to greener pastures, calling his involvement with the franchise a chore. It's funny to think about these things, right? I feel like I, myself, and probably any of you watching this video would be overjoyed to work on one of these films. Hell, even a film like it. But these guys, in the trenches, couldn't get away fast enough. Stacking money like Jason stacks bodies, and they're screaming, "Get me out of here!" Well, alright. With Jason's head now on the chopping block, there was only one man who could kill him. Tom Savini. What, did you think I was going to bring up a fictional character from the movie? No way. The makeup and effects legend, who initially exited the franchise after just the first movie, signed on for the final chapter specifically with Jason's death in mind.
But the idea of offering me the film where I get to kill Jason made me feel like Dr. Frankenstein. I created the monster, and I get to kill him.
Savini got the call from the man who would direct the film, Joseph Zito. The two had just worked on 1981's The Prowler together, and if you've never seen this movie, oh my goodness, is Tom Savini at his best here. How was the godfather of gore gonna put the Crystal Lake Killer to rest? Well, we'll get there. Hold your horses. Joseph Zito wasn't simply brought on to direct, he was also hired to write the film. Despite many conversations with the suits at Paramount revolving around the fact that Zito wasn't a writer, that he didn't want to write and actively pressured Paramount to hire someone else for the job, they were adamant that he was the guy for both roles, for some reason. Who knows? Probably laziness and looking for somebody else. One of my favorite pieces of the final chapter puzzle is that Zito eventually said, "Fine, you got it, I'll write it." Then he worked out a story with his writer friend Bruce, before handing off the outline they'd cooked up to Barney Cohen. All of this under the table, of course. Joseph Zito paid Barney out of his own contract and kept it all a secret from Paramount. And the Writers Guild of America, who, when it came down to it, were not pleased with the situation. Look, we don't have to dig up this whole thing. I just find it funny. Paramount should have listened to Joe in the first place. They could have avoided this entire situation. But good for Joe Zito. Yeah, whatever, I'll handle it. And then he quietly pays his friend on the side to do the work. Good stuff. As you may have picked up by now, Friday the 13th isn't really a franchise that hangs its hat on plot. What we're looking at here, storyline-wise, is pretty much more of the same. We've got a few connections to the prior films and a couple characters that you might find interesting, but don't walk into the final chapter looking for any sort of revelation. You're not about to find out what causes the fake ending dream sequences. There will be no mention of Pamela Voorhees regrowing her head for the end of part 3, or how a woman who had never seen Pamela before was able to envision such a thing. Remember how Steve Miner said it doesn't matter if it makes sense? Just go with that. Let's take a look at the story of the final chapter. Jason Voorhees is dead, killed by Chris at the end of Friday the 13th Part 3. The lights of the ambulances pervade the tall and haunting woods of Camp Crystal Lake. The corpse of the masked killer is loaded up and transported to the hospital, being prepared for treatment in the morgue. The man in charge of the operation is slightly distracted by a bizarre videotape and his lust for a coworker, but the situation is grim, all the same. It becomes much more grim when Jason springs to life and kills this dude with a goddamn hacksaw. Nurse Babaroni gets it too. There is a ton of cut-kill footage here that we'll dive into later, but man, the Motion Picture Association of America should be disbanded and sued in the court of law for throwing so much of Tom Savini's best work in the trash. But yeah, more on that later. Jason is back, and what does he do? He goes home to find more people hanging out on his stomping grounds. Again! Crispin Glover plays Jimmy, a guy obsessed with the accusation that he's a dead fuck, aka he can't please a woman in bed. Would you believe me if I told you this was the most consistent and revisited through line of this entire movie? Kimberly Beck plays Trish, our new lead. Corey Feldman steps in as Tommy Jarvis, her little brother. Eric Anderson plays Rob, a hiker who we eventually find out is the brother of Sandra from Part 2. How about that? A little callback to the past. Finally, right? This is only the 4th movie, marketed as the last one. It's about time somebody with some connection to these events shows up in a sequel. As far as the plot is concerned, the overarching story, there isn't one. A new group of teenagers shows up to a cabin on Crystal Lake and Jason kills all of them. Rob is big and tough and he's looking to avenge his sister, and he doesn't. Jason jobs him out just like he would anyone else. Trish and Tommy are the only ones left. And Tommy, after discovering a newspaper clipping earlier with an artist's depiction of Jason as a boy, recreates the image in order to trick Jason. If this sounds familiar, it's the exact same thing Ginny did in Friday the 13th Part 2. So how does Jason die? How about a machete to the head? As if having his skull split at the temple wasn't enough, falling onto and sliding down the blade is absolutely grotesque. What a finale. When Tommy notices Jason's fingers twitching, he goes berserk. It's like Mark Hamill going nuts on that Nazi in The Big Red One. Have you ever seen that? Anyway. In the aftermath, Trish is recovering in the hospital. When Tommy pays a visit, it becomes abundantly clear that this boy has changed. Ask yourself, if you saw this movie in 1984, would you have been satisfied with the conclusion? I was born in 1990. By the time I saw this movie, I was well aware of the fact that it was not actually the final chapter, so I cannot possibly answer the question. I will say, though, that despite stepping on the gas and rushing through one of the stories of these films once again, I'm not doing so because I can't wait to get to the finish line. There's just not a lot of story to tell. That doesn't change the fact, though, that Friday the 13th, the final chapter, is my favorite in the entire franchise. I really enjoy this entry, and I will get off camera right now to go into exactly why that is. First of all, Jason is awesome in Part 4. Blasting through the cabin door like the Kool-Aid Man? Amazing. Getting his hand sliced down the middle and just looking at it like, is top tier. His face is unbelievable, and it's at this moment that I will put over Ted White, the man underneath the hockey mask this time out. You won't find Ted's name in the credits, and that's not because the studio disrespected him. It's because he demanded they leave his name out of the credits, going as far as to tell Frank Mancuso Jr., listen, if I don't want my name on this piece of shit, leave it out. Ted butted heads with the director Joe Zito on myriad occasions, most notably over the scene where Samantha is killed in the inflatable boat. Judi Aronson, who played Samantha, was freezing her ass off, almost literally, seeing as though she's completely naked. She had requested they take a break multiple times. She had informed several people that she was so cold it hurt. And the director just hit her with the, yeah, hold on, you're doing great. Eventually, Ted White threatened to quit if Judi wasn't taken out of the water immediately. The interviews in the Crystal Lake Memories book confirm this altercation, with Joe Zito denying it ever happened, while Judi Aronson tells the exact same story that Ted White does. So, that's great. Excellent working environment, right? Up to this point, Ted White is my favorite Jason, so even if he didn't want his name attached to this project immediately after filming it, or even while filming it, I'd like to give him his flowers. He acted as the stunt double for John Wayne for decades. He did the stunts for 1955's Revenge of the Creature. Come on, this dude's a legend. Rest in peace, dude. Moving away from Jason, let's get into Tommy Jarvis. Who the hell would have thought that the first ever recurring character, the first ever nemesis for Jason Voorhees, would be a little kid? Sorry, spoilers. Let's focus on the final chapter for now. Corey Feldman, basically at the very start of his career. We're talking pre-Gremlins, pre-Goonies, pre-Stand By Me. Kid was brand new on the scene, and he does a great job here. Tommy Jarvis is 12 years old. He's living every little boy's dream, in some sense. He's not only got an awesome collection of masks and weird creatures, but he makes them himself. Highly unrealistic, but it's a stupid movie, don't worry about it. Look at him playing Zaxxon on his TRX-80 color computer with that alien mask on. Are you kidding? I did weird stuff like this constantly at his age. I thought Tommy Jarvis was cool as hell. His creation of these masks is indeed an ode to Tom Savini. Tommy Jarvis, hello? It's a nice little nod. Speaking of the two of them together, man, Tom Savini did not always have the machete skull split finish in mind. At one point, he pitched the studio on, look, Tommy Jarvis is a crafty little kid, right? He's an inventor. What if he retrofitted a microwave oven into a laser gun of sorts? He had this image in his mind where early on we would see Tommy point the gun at like a little toy army man, and he would set the power to 1 and he'd pull the trigger and the army man would melt. The finish would see Jason going after Trish. Tommy comes downstairs with the gun, he cranks that thing up to 10, he pulls the trigger, and Jason's head pops like a watermelon. Dude, that would have been awesome. And while we're on the topic, let's get into all of the gore that had to be cut out. I can't wait any longer. The Friday the 13th Blu-ray box set contains so much footage, cut content that was thought to be lost for years, and amongst this footage is all of the gore that the MPAA demanded be removed. Jason's death, my God, this is so insane, it's almost unbelievable. Look at all of that blood, man, holy shit. The hospital hacksaw, complete with a 180-degree breaking of the neck, it's out of control. The amount of time that they wanted to stay on the writhing, screaming pain of the victims is ridiculous. And it was ridiculous on purpose. Joe Zito said they started out submitting cuts that he knew for a fact were not gonna get a pass, and they would make the smallest and slightest cuts he possibly could, over and over, until the MPAA allowed it to run nationwide. That's a clever director, right there. And again, for the YouTube audience, I'm sorry that I can't show it for you here. It's totally out of my control, but here's what I will say. All of the footage that I'm pulling is from the Friday the 13th Blu-ray box set. Go ahead and throw that thing in your cart and just be patient. It retails for about $150, but I said be patient because it goes on sale all the time. I got mine in 2022 for $79. That is a steal. And yes, I was planning on doing this series all the way back in August of 2022. I nearly did this last year, but instead I went for the history of UFC video games. If you haven't watched that yet, I highly recommend you do, because I think you'll enjoy it. What you might not enjoy are some of the things that we're going to dive into right now. Writer Barney Cohen had an idea for Jason's death to come seconds after he grabbed Trish and started rubbing on her titties. He got a kick out of the idea that, in his words, Jason finally found something to do with these girls other than killing them, and that distraction leads to his demise. Joe Zito said no. Hard no. Nobody wants to see Jason become human. Nobody wants to see Jason become, as Barney Cohen described him, somewhat sympathetic. He's Jason. No. That's it. Good call. Another good call comes in with yet another dream sequence ending being dropped. Round of applause, man. Wow! Somehow, some way, a Friday the 13th director resisted the urge to close the show with a throwaway dream. This was another piece of once thought lost content discovered and released on the Blu-ray set. Trish's mom is zombified or something, and Jason strikes. It's a cool visual, but this doesn't exactly scream final chapter, does it? Friday the 13th, the final chapter, released on April 13th, 1984. If you're keeping score, this is 4 years in a row, like clockwork, that a Friday the 13th film hit theaters. This release schedule is extremely impressive in hindsight. On a budget of $2.2 million, the final chapter pulled in $33 million at the worldwide box office. Just barely behind the earnings of Part 3, and still a massively profitable picture. Critics hated it. I almost feel like there's no point even mentioning this anymore, because critics always shit on Friday the 13th. But forget the critics. What did you think? Personally, if I'm going to recommend a movie in this series, if somebody comes to me and they say, which Friday the 13th should I watch? I'm going with Part 4. It's the perfect recommendation because the kills are great. The characters are fun. It doesn't matter if you've never seen 1, 2, or 3 because there's barely a story in the first place. With the final chapter written in the book of Friday the 13th, it was time to lay the series to rest. Right? Wrong. Just 1 year later, yeah, they didn't even take a break. 1 year later in 1985, Friday the 13th, A New Beginning, would hit the big screen. How exactly do you follow up the best film in the Friday the 13th franchise yet? How about with the worst film in the Friday the 13th franchise yet? Oh my god.
And they're all crazy!
You tell him, Ma!
I'll just go help somebody else instead. I'll see you later. Gotta take a crap. Crap my ass!
You'll feel a lot better after you shit.
Look, if you're a huge fan of Part 5 and you cannot handle fair criticism, either skip this portion of the video or turn it off entirely, because I am not about to pretend that this movie is any good, because it's not. And I'm not the only person who feels that way. Producer Frank Mancuso Jr., the guy who wanted to close the series out with Part 4, the guy who was far less involved after Part 4, still, to this day, calls Part 5 his least favorite in the entire franchise. Dick Wiand, the actor who plays Roy, and hold on, we'll get to the characters in a second, said, "I didn't know until I saw Part 5 what a piece of trash it really was." So it's not just me, guys. Let's get into the nitty-gritty. So what went wrong? How did this happen? Well, Joe Zito has admitted that the ending of Part 4, with Corey Feldman looking all crazy, there was a part of him that hoped that Paramount might call him and say, "Hey Joe, what do you think about a Part 5? Maybe Part 6? There's still meat on this bone." Well, Paramount never called Joe. Instead, they chose Danny Steinman as the director for Part 5. Steinman's career kicked off with High Rise, a film that some might call hardcore. And when you watch A New Beginning, you can tell exactly what background he's from. Not that I can show any of it here on YouTube, hell, I can't even blur it out, that's how strict they are with nudity. But Friday the 13th Part 5 features the most gratuitous, pointless nudity yet in the entire series. Now don't get me wrong, I'm a heterosexual man who enjoys female nudity quite a bit. But this isn't one of those movies. This isn't a tasteful photo shoot or anything like that. It's a horror movie. And when your actresses, like Rebecca Wood, who plays Tina, says her topless scene was unscripted and pushed on her the day of the shoot, it's a bit uncomfortable. These are real people, young actresses who don't really realize that they can say no. And some of what you see here in Part 5, it kind of crosses the line of skeeziness, especially if you know the background. None of the actors auditioning for this movie even knew what it was. You see, during the casting process and pre-production, the film was codenamed Repetition. John Shepard, who plays Tommy Jarvis, we'll get there, hold on, went and volunteered at a mental hospital for months to prepare for this film. He was coming up with all these backstories for his character to add depth to the performance, and when he found out what it was that he'd landed, he was torn on whether or not he should even keep the job. To say A New Beginning was plagued by production issues might be accurate. But it wasn't due to technical difficulties or outside interference as much as it was the cocaine on set and the complete lack of overall direction. So that's a lot of information before we even dive into the story, but yeah, it is what it is. Friday the 13th Part 5 doesn't just suck as a movie, but it was a fairly negative experience for many of the people involved with the project. But let's do it. Let's get into the plot of A New Beginning, because there was an attempt at a story here. We've got our first recurring character, and listen, some might even say that this was an attempt at evolution. Tommy Jarvis, in a thunderstorm, waltzes out to the graveyard to get a look at Jason's grave for some reason. Before he can do anything, who knows what he was going to do anyway, two knuckleheads show up with shovels to, in their words, get a look at the main man. They dig Jason up, Jason kills them, and then he turns his attention to Tommy Jarvis, the boy who put him in that grave in the first place. As the kill shot lands, whoops, it was all a dream. Hey, Joe Zito resisted the Friday pattern of ending part 4 with a dream, so Danny Steinman opens part 5 with a dream. 5 years have passed. Tommy Jarvis is now like 30 years old. Well, he looks that way. This character is only supposed to be 17. To be clear, John Shepard was legit 25 here, so... oh boy. Tommy Jarvis has spent time in myriad mental health facilities, and now he's transported to Pinehurst, a halfway house, where he'll hopefully be able to re-assimilate into polite society. But that's gonna be easier said than done. The other kids at Pinehurst are basically just the new camp counselors. The useless boning couple, the loner, the annoying guy, blah blah blah. Joey, the annoying guy, literally has candy bars coming out of every fucking pocket on his outfit. It's so cartoonish, I can't even believe it. And speaking of cartoonish...
Piss off. If that's how you feel, forget it.
Get lost.
Come on, don't be like that. Want a bite? Here, you can have it. Well, if that's the way you feel, forget it, Vic.
No, that was not a dream sequence. That really happened. This random guy that we have never seen before and will never see again, by the way, just killed somebody in as brutal a fashion as Jason ever did. To say that it comes out of nowhere would be an understatement. Oh boy. The idea here, according to the director, was to follow Tommy Jarvis through his struggles. And I mean, we do see him have hallucinations here and there, but if you watch the movie, this is way in the background. There's a scene where two guys are dealing with their broken down car.
If you got the car started, you're a dead man. A rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-too. Fucked up again, it ain't starting. I'm gonna kick your ass, kick your ass. Rudy-doody-doody-doody. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-too. Fix the fucking car. Fucked up again, you asshole.
Both of them are killed and we never see them again. Later on, we meet these two people at a diner. Both are killed and we never see them again. We see this little guy, Reggie, go and visit his brother and his girlfriend. The brother and the girlfriend are both killed in the same scene, and we never see them again. A New Beginning has all of these characters at Pinehurst, none of which have anything to do. And if you pay attention, every new scene introduces new characters. It's a mess. I guess this film being a total shit show was good for something, as we did get these memorable pieces of dialogue.
Ooh, baby. Hey, baby.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Now you're gonna get it, bitch.
Morning, Ethel. My, don't you look lovely today?
Poor shit.
Jesus, man, can't you do anything? Stop screwing around.
You don't set a place for a dead person.
Gotta take a crap. Crap my ass.
Who the fuck are you? What the fuck do you want?
The film's editor, Bruce Green, stated that Friday 5 would have been a better movie if we spent more time with the core characters and built them along the way. But director Danny Steinman, and I'm quoting Bruce here, had no interest in that. We can tell. Jason is killing people, he looks a little weird, the mask is blue. At the end, it's Reggie and Pam going to war with the Crystal Lake Killer for like 15 minutes. Tommy Jarvis eventually shows up. This entire movie was supposed to be a continuation of Tommy versus Jason, And Tommy's had nothing to do with this final showdown. I'm being serious. He beat up a mentally challenged guy and has been off camera for half an hour before he shows up at the end here. Tommy is a complete afterthought. When it comes down to it, Jason bumps off a barn and is killed, impaled on a bed of spikes. And that's when we see that this isn't Jason Voorhees after all. It's... Wait, who the fuck is that? Yeah, that's how most people felt when they saw this movie for the first time. Who is that guy? It turns out this is Roy, the ambulance driver from earlier in the movie. Joey, the kid killed with the axe, was his secret son. Seeing his boy killed made him snap, so he pretended to be Jason Voorhees. Look, the biggest problem with the reveal is that the most recognizable characteristic of Dick Wiand, the actor playing Roy, were his piercing blue eyes. When he's dead on the spikes, his goddamn eyes are closed! Why? What a total fuck up. Anyway, Pam visits Tommy and he kills her! Just kidding, it was a dream. That's when the real deal, I'm talking shoot Jason Voorhees, shows up in Tommy's room. Just kidding, it was a hallucination. Tommy gets out of bed and has Roy's mask? Why does he have this stuff? When he hears Pam coming, he dives out the window. Just kidding. Tommy puts the mask on and seemingly kills Pam. What a mess, man. What a mess. John Shepard, you know, Tommy Jarvis. He says he came up with the idea for Tommy to put the mask on and come from behind the door. He came up with that on the spot. And Danny Steinman not only liked it, he not only shot it, but he used it in the movie on top of what feels like 2 other endings. So if that entire ending sequence feels like there are 5 things being thrown at you, it's because there are 5 things being thrown at you. I personally find part 5 to be borderline unwatchable. This movie is so annoying, and I don't know what it is about 5s. This movie sucks. Halloween 5 is one of the biggest pieces of shit I've ever seen in my life. I viscerally hate that movie. A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5 sucks. Are there any good 5s? Can you think of one good 5? Let me know down in the comments. And now we will look at some bizarre decisions that they made here in Friday the 13th Part 5. First of all, I find it funny how John Shepard struggles to close this pocket knife. Why not just do a second, smoother take? The Ooh Baby song wasn't even in the script. It was an ad-lib. And it gets damn near an entire minute of screen time. This is so ridiculous and pointless that I feel like I'm watching Tim and Eric.
Ooh, baby. Hey, baby.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
Hey, baby.
Ooh, baby.
Hey, baby.
I sit down when I pee. There's nothing that crazy about me.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
Mark Venturini, the actor who kills Joey with the axe, was hilarious in Return of the Living Dead. Here in A New Beginning, how did no one on set point out that this isn't how you chop wood? You do it like this. He hits this goddamn log like 100 times and creates no further damage in it. It's unbelievably stupid looking. The 2 hillbillies, who offer nothing of note to the plot, so I haven't even mentioned them, are so cartoonish that you will question what it is that you're watching.
I'm gonna blow your fucking brains out. You hear me? Would you shut the fuck up?
They hurt me, Mom! They hurt me! You hurt me, Mom!
I get a kick out of them wanting Pinehurst shut down because these kids are drug addicts. But when someone is literally murdered, they don't use this as part of their case in closing the facility up. They don't even mention the murder. If you're wondering why Corey Feldman appears in the film for like 5 minutes, it's because he was working on the Goonies. There was simply no time or access to him. His opening scene was actually shot in his own backyard with 1 camera and a sprinkler to fake the rain. Corey Feldman, maybe you're lucky you avoided this pile of garbage. There's barely any violence in this film. It should go without saying that Tom Savini is gone again. And while the MPAA did drastically tone down a few kills, director Danny Steinman blames himself for the movie being largely bloodless. He was more concerned with the nudity, after all, claiming he shot a fucking porno in the woods out there. You wouldn't believe the nudity they cut out. Priorities, right? Oh my god. Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning, was panned by critics, obviously. On a $2.2 million budget, once again, the film drew $21.9 million in its theatrical run. That's way down from the final chapter, but at the end of the day, it's still 10 times the movie's budget, making it extremely profitable. The actor playing Roy hated the movie. Frank Mancuso Jr. hates this movie. Editor Bruce Green hates this movie to the point that he had no idea what to do with the dailies presented to him. I hate this movie. Where do you fall on Part 5? Let me know in the comments. It's totally fair to wonder why another Friday film was even made after the final chapter, and I mean, the answer is obvious, really. Frank Mancuso Sr. stated, quite simply, the public still wanted to see these films. So until they stopped really coming, why not continue to make more? And sure, that does make sense. But nobody forced you to call the last one the final chapter. Your son wanted to do that. He was the only one. If you wanted to keep going, just keep going. But that would have required a game plan or a roadmap, and as we know, Friday the 13th has never, ever had such a thing in place. With an imposter Jason rejected by both fans and critics alike, there was only one thing left to do: go back to basics. The very next year, because yes, we are still on this schedule, the 6th installment would arrive. This time it was kill or be killed. And I mean, it's always kill or be killed, and up to this point the stars of the movie have like a 5-1 record against Jason Voorhees, but that's the tagline of the movie. I didn't book it. The 6th installment in the Friday the 13th franchise was presented to up-and-coming director Tom McLoughlin, an Emmy-nominated comedy writer. Tom felt that if there was going to be yet another Jason movie, it needed to be different. In his own words, it needed a wink. Frank Mancuso Jr. felt that as long as McLoughlin didn't make Jason the butt of the jokes, it was fine. It was with this decision that Friday the 13th changed forever.
Some folks have a strange idea of entertainment.
Dumb broad! She should have stayed in the kitchen where she belongs!
Does he think I'm a farthead?
Part 6 is often looked at as one of the best, if not the best film in the entire franchise by many fans and critics. Now listen, I have never been in that camp. For the longest time, I actually didn't like this movie at all. I struggled with how stupid it is for years and years. In watching it again for this series, watching it multiple times actually, in doing all of the research, I can say now, I respect Part 6 more than I ever have, and I can say now that I get it. For the longest time, I didn't get it. I did not understand the sharp right turn into such comedic territory. I don't like when Michael Myers and Halloween are stupid. I don't like when Freddy Krueger and A Nightmare on Elm Street are stupid. And I don't really get down with it here. It's a me problem. I recognize that. Now, is Part 6 a bad movie? No. Part 5 was a bad movie. Part 6 is just stupid. And as you will come to know as I get into the details, that's exactly what the director was going for. So now, let's dive into the story of Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives. Tommy Jarvis and a friend head to the graveyard to dig up the corpse of Jason Voorhees. Wait, isn't this exactly how Part 5 opened? Yeah, pretty much. Except Tommy is older now and has become one of the dopes that he was watching back then. They start to dig and... Wait a second, I thought Tommy became the new killer. He put Roy's mask on and killed Pam, right? Well, guess what? Part 5 never happened. Ask Tom McLaughlin, the writer and director. He'll tell you he completely disregarded the 5th movie in writing the 6th. So anyone in the comments who was giving me shit for being so down on A New Beginning, delete your comment. And thank you for writing in. So anyway, they start digging. Tommy and... Wait a second, is this a 3rd new actor playing Tommy Jarvis? Yes, it is. Our new guy is Tom Matthews, another Return of the Living Dead veteran.
It worked in the movie!
Well, it ain't working now, Frank.
I'm in the movie line? No way, you gotta listen to me. I tried to destroy him, but I fucked up.
You got that right, punk.
Anyway, they start digging. I'm gonna finish it this time. Tommy and his friend, and they pop open the casket. Tommy intends to cremate the remains of Jason, despite the fact that he's clearly dead already. Lightning strikes, and whoops! He's back! Sorry to interrupt so soon, but just for the record, Tommy Jarvis killed Jason at the end of the final chapter. Jason is dead. Jason has been dead. He has been buried underground for at least 6 years. It was over. Attempting to dig Jason up and having the lightning strike, whatever the hell that was that he stuck in Jason's chest that brought him back to life. Let the record show that every single drop of blood, the 100 plus people who will be killed from now until the end of the franchise, all of this blood is on Tommy Jarvis's hands. It is entirely his fault. It was over. If Tommy could have left well enough alone, none of these people would have died. What a hero that is. What a top babyface, right? So Jason's back. He's headed home, and wouldn't you know it, there's a new set of counselors ready to kick off the summer in Forest Green. Yeah, Crystal Lake has changed its name. They're trying to move on from their blood-soaked past. Again, thanks, Tommy. Tommy runs to the sheriff for help and gets locked up, because obviously, he sounds insane. These new counselors are picked off. Jason even clears out a group of idiotic middle-aged paintballers on his way home. He kills 2 people inside a speeding RV while he's inside of it, and it crashes like something you'd see in a Tom Cruise movie. Then he crawls out the top like, well, that was awesome. Not only is Part 6 purposely funny, it's the first time, in my mind, that Jason was the star. People always say, oh, Friday the 13th is different because you root for Jason in those movies. I don't think that was true until Part 6. He's an action star now. Tommy and Megan, the sheriff's daughter, hit it off. She busts him out of prison so they can put Jason down for good. And in the end, Tommy cooks up a plan to anchor Jason to the bottom of Crystal Lake. He nearly dies trying to pull it off, but Megan, with the help of the boat's motor, saves the day. After a trilogy of showdowns, Tommy Jarvis officially holds a record of 3-0 over Jason Voorhees. Or maybe 2-0 if we're going with the Part 5 never happened deal. Either way, who cares? Jason is dead. Just kidding, no he isn't. He's just wet. And there you have it, Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives. This movie is a different animal. And I came into this section of the video expecting to be really harsh because for the longest time, I was the odd man out. This movie just didn't do it for me. But I have to say, I'm starting to see it. I am coming around big time. Is Part 6 my favorite now? No. I'm a Part 4 guy, and believe it or not, there are later installments that I would actually put above Part 6, but we'll get there. Don't worry, don't worry. But on top of sharing my newfound appreciation for this movie, I'd like to zoom in on some of the coolest aspects of the film in general. First and foremost, the opening scene is the best part of the movie. The graveyard set looks like a classic Universal monster movie brought into the mid-80s, and That was by design. The makeup on Jason when he's exhumed and he first gets up. Holy shit! Holy shit, this looks awesome. Several of the kills are cartoonishly stupid, with the reason behind them being, once again, director Tom McLaughlin. As a man who takes his religion seriously, he felt a bit of back and forth with being involved with Friday the 13th in general. He questioned the morality of presenting these stabbings and shootings to audiences. You know, the types of violent actions that normal people could recreate. So the head being pushed through the wall, the smiley face on the tree, the sheriff's back being folded in half, these kills are heightened on purpose. I'll even throw in Jason's death here. All he'd have to do is duck his head a little bit. There's nothing keeping him at the bottom of the lake at all. That chain isn't tightly wrapped around his neck in the slightest. But that's Tom McLaughlin. His fingerprints are all over this movie. Literally, in this case, as those are his hands on the casket. How do you like that? I haven't really mentioned it yet, somehow, but yeah, Jason is officially a zombie now. Undead. Back from the grave. Call it whatever you like. This isn't just some special needs hillbilly anymore. Another major turning point for the series. This is the first time we see him doing extremely supernatural things as well. Like needing only a couple seconds to spring up after taking multiple point-blank shotgun blasts. Even a bullet to the brain now, and he doesn't even bump. Jason was played by Dan Bradley and CJ Graham this time out. Yes, once again, two different actors. In the paintball scene, that's Dan Bradley. Frank Mancuso Jr. saw the dailies for this scene and immediately called the director to say, "You need a new Jason. He doesn't look right." So Bradley was out and CJ was in. CJ Graham wasn't an actor. He wasn't a stunt man. He was just a big-ass Marine who happened to know somebody. It's funny how things work sometimes, right? I think CJ Graham brings a totally different look and feel to Jason. He's faster, he's more agile, he's more accurate. It's a new age. Jason's zombie era has begun. Screw it. Act different, right? I mean, the movie literally opens with Jason doing a James Bond knockoff introduction, which, again, the first time I saw this movie, I was like, what the fuck did they do to Friday the 13th? But whatever. You know what's funny? The blood pouring on the title reveal, that's not CGI, it's milk. They played with the colors in post to turn it red, but yeah, that's literally milk being poured over a pane of glass. That's old school movie magic, man. Oh, I love it. So there you go, a heaping handful of compliments. Compliments that I don't think I had in my heart before I started working on this series, so every minute that goes by, I'm warming up more and more to part 6. But that doesn't mean I have forgotten everything that I don't appreciate. No. We gotta dive into the dumbest parts of this movie. We just have to, okay? Let me get this out of the way. The ending sucks. Jason being at the bottom of Crystal Lake is a cool idea. I don't mean the concept is bad. I'm talking about the final shot. Jason's down there and we see his eye is still open. He's not dead. This is nothing. This is as nothing as it gets. It might as well be the finish to Halloween Resurrection where Michael's dead and burned and then, oh, he's not dead. It's garbage. I've already mentioned the James Bond intro. It's hard for me to see Jason doing this, but hey, I didn't book it. It's just not what I want. I love when Tommy tells Megan,
"Get back to the cabin with the kids!"
She runs to the cabin and Tommy yells, "Megan, no!" It happens so fast. It's like, what changed? Tommy's sitting in the boat with the chain practically fishing for Jason is an outrageously idiotic visual. This dude, all he's doing is driving an RV, and he's talking like he's blasting through space and time.
Go! Ah! Woo! Well, this baby jam. Let me tell you, for a big truck, it's not bad at all. Woo! This is great. I like this. This is great. Ooh, that sounds great.
Keep in mind, seconds prior, he was banging this girl and complaining that she wanted to keep banging. Oh boy. I'll cut my complaints right there. I think I had enough bitching in part 5. But I'm not the only one who made cuts. The MPAA, once again, brought their machetes to a Friday the 13th film. This time requiring a total of 9 back and forth submissions before finally granting approval. I don't even really get it with Jason Lives. These kills are so tame. Even looking at the uncut footage on the Blu-ray set, the only cuts were just like lingering on a beating heart. There's no nudity here in the film, nor was there any nudity in the script. Sometimes it seems like people just need to justify their jobs, you know? What's funny is that, in Frank Mancuso Jr.'s eyes, Part 6's problem wasn't too much violence. It was that there wasn't enough violence. The cemetery caretaker and the random couple that we see once and then they're killed a second later, those were reshoots, forced into the picture by Mancuso. Both feel unnecessary, in my opinion. Let me get your take on this. This one is a little weird. Tom McLaughlin's original ending to Part 6 included the introduction of Jason's dad. That's just a big hanging thing out there. We know Jason's mom, right? Who was Mr. Voorhees? On the Blu-ray set, there's an animation to represent the scene he would have shot. It's a little Halloween 5-ish, a little Man in Blackish, because it would have been left wide open for whoever picked up the pencil for Part 7, but yeah, it was there. Jason's dad. What do you think? Good idea to cut it? Unfortunate missed opportunity? Let me know down in the comments. Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives, had the highest budget yet, and unfortunately, it also drew the lowest box office yet, coming in at $19.5 million worldwide. Despite actually receiving a little bit of critical love, with several reviewers enjoying that Part 6 wasn't afraid to be in on the joke, the hanging specter of Part 5 remained. Moviegoers hated Part 5. Both of our leads, Tom Matthews and Jennifer Cook, nearly passed on Part 6 because of how bad Part 5 was. It may be true that Jason Lives, but with the box office results continually shrinking with every new installment, the series had never been on shakier ground. Part 4 made me love these movies. Part 5 made me hate them. And Part 6, for decades, had me going, oh boy. I'm happy to have turned the page on Jason Lives, though. It just goes to show that it's never too late to change your mind. It's never too late to make new discoveries. I'm in my mid-30s, for fuck's sake. And just now, today, I'm going, oh, I get it. That's the magic, man. The magic of Friday the 13th. That's it! Thank you so much for watching this, the history of Friday the 13th, Part 2, finales, fakes, and face palms. Next time we go even further off the deep end with the history of Friday the 13th, Part 3, New Blood and New York. And hey, I'm also releasing the history of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater concurrently to this one. So if you're a video game fan the way you are a movie fan, you might want to give that a look. In the 6 years that passed between 1980 and 1986, Paramount Pictures had pumped out 6 Friday the 13th movies. In the absence of Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees had been running unopposed for the King of the Slashers throne. Well, he ran unopposed for a little while. In 1984, Wes Craven's A Nightmare on Elm Street introduced the Springwood Slasher, known to many far and wide as Freddy Krueger. Freddy's very first movie grossed nearly $58 million, putting it just below the original Friday the 13th. 1985's A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge, drew a $30 million box office. In 86, A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 pulled $44.8 million. While Jason was growing tired and trending downward, Freddy was new and hot, trending upward, selling tickets and merchandise like hotcakes. No pun intended. Friday the 13th's home studio, Paramount, saw the writing on the wall. They needed an injection of fresh energy. And they were not going to get it in the way that they wanted, so they called an audible. Multiple audibles, actually, trying to right the ship and keep this franchise afloat. Today we will go even deeper into the depths of Crystal Lake, taking a look at parts 7 and 8 of this blood-soaked slasher franchise. Welcome to the history of Friday the 13th Part 3, New Blood and New York. Friday the 13th Part 6, Jason Lives, was a bold new direction. It was funny. It was stupid. Director Tom McLaughlin felt that the series had gone on so long, it was impossible to keep doing the exact same thing over and over. Jason Lives succeeded in trying something new. It even earned better critical reviews than damn near any of the sequels before it. But when it came to what mattered most, the dollars and cents, it was the worst result yet. Still highly profitable, sure, but you know how the suits in Hollywood are. Good enough is not enough. They want those numbers up. How can we make more money on Friday the 13th? Do a TV show called Friday the 13th. That's literally the pitch that came through. The series would have absolutely nothing to do with Jason Voorhees at all, and it would sell on the name alone. Easy peasy. And we'll rock it through this. I'm sorry, I really just want to focus on the movies. The television show did sell. It ran for 3 seasons, totaling 72 episodes. I'm sure some of you are finding out that this was a thing right here and right now. Yeah, it existed. It was eventually canceled out of the blue, and they didn't even get the chance to wrap anything up, but hey, 72 episodes, how about it? So that's the show. I'd like to get back to the movies now. Did Tom McLaughlin return to keep this new look and feel for Friday the 13th alive? Nope! He was out. Did the humorous, goofy approach continue on into Part 7? Nope! In the director's chair this time would be John Carl Buechler, a director known for such smash hits as Troll and Cellar Dweller. It's funny, I actually mentioned Cellar Dweller in my Child's Play retrospective. Cellar Dweller is a strange movie with some really cool practical effects, but we can't get bogged down on this right now. Maybe that's another conversation for another time. Probably not. I guess I did cover it another time after all. John Carl Buechler was known primarily for his work in effects and makeup. You know Ghoulies? John Carl Buechler created that little goof. Have you seen From Beyond? This shit is insane. This is our boy JCB's work. As a director, though, between Troll and his other stuff, I think it's clear what he was better at. When the call came through from his agent with the offer to direct Friday Part 7, Buechler responded, "Why? Haven't they made enough?" That's a great sign, right? When your director doesn't even understand the point of why you would want to keep the series alive. Oh boy. Look, Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood, sucks. This movie is a piece of shit. Now that's my personal opinion, but there are many who hold this exact same opinion, including Daryl Haney, the man who wrote the script. Even John Carl Buechler has made comments over the years regarding certain parts of this movie that he either isn't a fan of or he has no idea why this is the direction they wound up going. We will get into deep detail here, and I will get off camera because I know you're tired of looking at my face. Before we get into the story of the movie, let's revisit that red and green thread of Freddy Krueger. Look, it's 2024. You know that Freddy vs. Jason eventually released in 2003, and spoiler, it was fucking awesome. We'll get there soon enough. That's a Part 5 conversation. But would you believe me if I told you Paramount were already talking about Freddy vs. Jason in 1987? You should believe me, because it's true. It got as far as Paramount endlessly pitching Freddy's home studio, New Line Cinema, on the idea. It was never even close to happening at the time over a set of disagreements regarding distribution, but yeah, the Freddy vs. Jason gears were already turning in the heads of some higher-ups at Paramount. Why, you ask? Well, outside of the obvious answers of, because it'd be fucking sick, and because it would make a lot of fucking money. It was, and these are my words here, It comes off to me as an act of desperation. The star of Jason Voorhees was burning out. Freddy Krueger was practically the sun of horror's solar system at that time. Paramount wanted a little bit of that heat. Why do MMA fighters continue to call out Conor McGregor, a guy who hasn't fought in 4 years and has 2 wins in the last 7 years? They call him out because Conor is mainstream famous, and that's a big payday. Jason Voorhees was by no means a loser or irrelevant, but when your last 3 sequels have pulled lower returns than the previous, with the most recent being the worst gross yet, you have to make something happen as soon as possible. Freddy Krueger wasn't going to happen, but that didn't mean Jason wouldn't have somebody to go to war with. Screenwriter Daryl Haney got the job on Part 7 because he had an idea surrounding Jason once again going after a teenage girl, only this time, the girl would have telekinetic powers. Yes, I'm serious. Telekinetic powers. This girl can use the fucking Force. Now look, if I were in charge, if I had any power at Paramount, not only would I be like, no, but I think I would probably not ask for any further pitches from this person who brought it to me. But Barbara Sachs, one of the producers standing in for Frank Mancuso Jr. while he was off doing anything else, loved it. She loved it. Oh man. I think I should put this out there now before we get really deep into the mechanics of this film that the production on Part 7 was a mess. A horrible, horrible mess. Our 2 leads did not like each other in real life. The screenwriter and director hated each other. They were constantly butting heads, with the screenwriter eventually being fired and screwed out of a portion of his pay. The composer who had scored every Friday the 13th movie up to this point, Harry Manfredini, was busy working on something else, so Paramount brought in a new guy. Fred Mullen was our new composer, and he had not only never seen a Friday the 13th movie in his life, he had not only never heard any of Harry Manfredini's work up to this point, he had no direction on his composition at all. So the movie sucks, yeah, and I think it's pretty clear why. The production from the top to the bottom was a complete mess. Let's tell the story. For the first time since Part 4, we open with a flashback, a reminder of the entire series thus far. Not sure who thought this was necessary to do again after dropping this whole recap deal years ago, but whatever. You know what it does, though, other than remind us of who Jason is, I guess? It sets the entire tone of Part 7. It's not funny. Every single ounce of humor that Tom McLaughlin brought to Part 6 is gone immediately, so I hope you weren't looking forward to that new direction continuing. Anyway, this little girl hears her parents fighting. She paddles out into the middle of Crystal Lake in fear of her father, and when he runs out to apologize and smooth it all over, this little girl accidentally taps into her telekinetic abilities, crumbling the dock he stood on, killing him in horrifying fashion. If you were expecting to see Tommy Jarvis again here in Part 7, you won't. Nor will you ever see him again. He has officially ridden off into the sunset. Anyway, years have passed since Tina accidentally killed her dad with magical powers. She's back on Crystal Lake with her mom and doctor, who is studying her abilities. He is convinced that she can harness her powers into something truly great. If you're immediately skeptical of this guy, that's with good reason. He's just using Tina to try and get famous for his discoveries, but that'll all be revealed later. After a rough day, Tina rushes out to the dock, staring into the black waters of Crystal Lake. She does everything she can to resurrect her father, but instead, she resurrects Jason Voorhees. Wouldn't you know it, there's a new group of teenagers also staying on Crystal Lake, none of which are interesting at all, and Jason kills the whole lot of them. We're constantly introduced to new characters who are killed in the same scene in which they debut. Eventually, the Doctor is outed as a jabroni only looking out for himself, and Jason comes face to face with Tina. Tina uses her powers to electrocute Jason in a puddle. She throws furniture at him. She pulls down a whole deck on top of him. She Home Alone trap slams him through a staircase. She squeezes his head and snaps his mask in half, where the face reveal is the best part of the movie. She hangs him with a power cable and smashes him through the floor. She lights him on fire and the house blows up. And then in the end, Jason is defeated. Not by Tina, but by Tina's dad, who comes out of the lake. What? What? Look, I told you, this movie sucks. It's terrible. Tina's dad? Ugh. Now you might be wondering, with as much as I have to cut around, did Jason ever pose any sort of threat to Tina at all? The simple answer to that question is no. Tina beats the absolute dog shit out of Jason for a hilarious amount of time without him ever even getting close to her. He doesn't grab her, he doesn't put her in a chokehold. When Tom McLaughlin asked Frank Mancuso Jr. if he could make Part 6 funny, Mancuso Jr. said, yeah, sure, go for it. Just don't make Jason the butt of the joke. Part 6 couldn't get away with it, but Part 7 damn sure did. Jason Voorhees has never been more useless or deluded than he is here. I mentioned that the reveal of Jason's face is the best part of the movie, maybe the only memorable part at all, and guess what? The producers hated it. Barbara Sachs said he looks like a frog. He doesn't even look like a human being. Yeah, this whole project was in good hands. The film had a total production time of 5 months, from stem to stern, and boy, oh boy, does it show. How many scenes in this movie have people entering the cabin from this exact angle, looking for someone, and then they leave? Why are we seeing multiple characters discovering the same item in succession? How the hell did this bottle shatter into a million pieces when it was dropped on carpet? What is this moron doing sneaking through the forest like Solid Snake when she's wearing bright baby blue clothing? This couple's car broke down and they didn't even have the decency to sing a gibberish song about it.
Fix the fucking car.
Part 7 is so boring, dude. It's so boring. These characters are nothing. And don't just take it from me. Again, screenwriter Daryl Haney. He wrote the movie himself. He told Crystal Lake Memories author Peter M. Brack that he's embarrassed of these characters. He also said, and this is a direct quote, "I was immediately struck by how horrible the movie looked. I think fucking Part 5 is better directed than Part 7. It's horrible." The entire movie, when it's not Jason killing people you have no attachment to, is centered around Tina's telekinesis, and I just have to ask, who gives a shit? Who cares? Paramount couldn't get Freddy Krueger, and they liked this telekinesis pitch because they thought, oh, that's like Jason versus Carrie. That's good. And it's not. It's not even close to good. It is so boring. If you're a huge fan of Part 7, you've probably already turned this video off by now, but I mean, I guess I'm sorry that I'm not telling you what you want to hear, but it is what it is. I do realize that too much complaining, no matter how truthful, accurate, or salient the argument may be, too much complaining can be annoying. So, let's switch gears. Hey, I mentioned Jason's face was cool and memorable here in The New Blood, and I stand by that. Jason's face is awesome, and it's out in the open for an extended period of time. The Paramount execs also hated this. They wanted just a quick flash of his face before his death, but old JCB fought for the lengthy maskless period. He felt it lent something extra to his movie, and I agree. I think it's cool. Kane Hodder looks great under all of that wonderful, horrifying makeup, and hell yeah, get your money's worth out of that look. And Kane Hodder, there we go, perfect springboard. Part 7 was the debut of the man that many would go on to label as their Jason. Some say the Jason. A stuntman actor with credits on Friday the 13th alum Steve Miner's film House, 1980's Alligator, 1985's The Hills Have Eyes Part 2, and more, Kane had been around the block. And when the call came through to suit up as Jason Voorhees, he knew he wanted to make it his own. Whether or not Kane Hodder is your Jason is up to you, but the man has undoubtedly etched his name into the history books. The sleeping bag slam also makes its first appearance here, a kill many would call the greatest in Friday history. And as per usual, the Motion Picture Association of America had a field day with Friday the 13th Part 7. This time cutting out damn near everything. The power saw to the doctor's stomach. Man, this shit was great before they butchered it. In the cut of the movie that was released, the head squeeze looks pretty painful. But deep within the archives exists the original scene where this dude's head was crushed like a soda can. Holy shit! That's amazing. And aside from Jason's face, his look in general is out of control. His exposed spinal cord, the rib cage, the jawbone and teeth showing through. John Carl Buechler didn't ignore the fact that Jason had been underwater for years and years. His flesh would have rotted, crayfish and other aquatic life would have been picking away at him. This is great. As a big Halloween mark, I was always annoyed that Michael's horrific burns from the end of Halloween 2 never really mattered or amounted to anything. Hell, in Halloween 5, we see Michael's face and he's just a handsome, normal guy. Is Halloween 5 one of the worst movies I've ever seen? Yes. Will I ever get over it? No. Is Friday the 13th Part 7 bad? Yes. Is it better than Halloween 5? Yes. Big time. Make no mistake that in the hierarchy of bullshit as far as the slasher genre is concerned, Halloween 5 is tough to beat. Friday the 13th Part 7, The New Blood, was a cobbled together mess of endlessly rearranged and rewritten ideas. It released on May 13th, 1988, with the combination of putting a special effects man in the director's chair and losing the comedic tone of Part 6 reignite the series' box office returns? No! It wouldn't. On a budget of just under $3 million, Part 7 reined in $19.2 million worldwide. If there were a championship belt for worst performing Friday film yet, The New Blood would have been swinging that thing around like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Over the years, John Carl Buechler mentioned that he often daydreamed about doing Friday the 13th Part 7 Volume 2, where Tina would be locked away in an asylum with Jason cutting down everyone in his path for revenge. This obviously never happened, and it's also the exact same plot that Friday the 13th Part 3 was supposed to have before the actress playing Ginny in Part 2 opted not to return. Oh boy. Unfortunately, John Carl Buechler passed away in 2019 at just 66 years old after a lengthy battle with cancer. Although I really dislike this movie, it's just a movie. We're not talking about anyone's legacy or their worth as a human. The man was a legend. His work on several other films in his catalog far outshine anything we looked at here today. Next time you've got a free night, watch Reanimator or Halloween 4 to celebrate his memory. John Carl Buechler, tip of the hat to you, dude. Rest in peace. It's a shame that the MPAA stripped away your greatest strength on a project that you seemingly earned specifically to showcase your true skills. Jason's star was still in the sky, but with each subsequent sequel, it dimmed just a little further. Part 6 was fresh and funny. It was a new direction, completely thrown away. 7 was one part back to basics, one part whatever, try that, and I don't think anyone liked it at all. So where would we go from here? How about New York City? Obviously, right? When Rob Hedden, a writer and director who had previously tackled 2 episodes of the Friday the 13th television show, got the offer to write the 8th film in the franchise, he told Paramount he would do it under one condition. He didn't want to just write the script, he wanted to direct as well. It'd be his first big movie. Producer Barbara Sachs told him no. They had plenty of people they could call to direct, they just needed Rob to pen the script. He said, okay, thanks for the call, but no thank you. Some time went by and Barbara called back and said, fuck it, you can write and direct. Real tight ship they run over there at Paramount, huh? And speaking of ships, boy oh boy do I have news for you about this movie. Hedden's main idea, from a top-down perspective, was that Jason needed to be taken away from Crystal Lake. I suppose the child in Part 4, the imposter in Part 5, the zombie comedy in Part 6, and the telekinesis in Part 7, those were all par for the course, but now it was time to shake things up. For the first time ever, Jason Voorhees would leave Crystal Lake. The posters told the story clear as day. Whoa, hold on, take that down. The MPAA forced Paramount to clean the blood off the knife. There we go. The story was clear as day. Whoa, hold on. The New York City Tourism Committee threatened a lawsuit over this imagery, claiming it would harm the reputation of the city. The city which, in 1989, had by far the highest fucking murder rate in the entire country by a mile. That's real life. And they're worried about a Fugazi zombie in a hockey mask, please. Anyway, there we go. The poster told the story clear as day. The looming specter of Jason Voorhees was descending upon the Big Apple. Would Lar Park Lincoln, our star of the prior film, return for a rematch? Nope! Despite writing her own script for Part 8, which Paramount were not interested in the slightest, the studio would throw her a deal to return. A deal which, according to Lincoln, came complete with an insulting amount of money attached, and that was that. Once again, a whole new group of characters had to be created out of thin air. Though it is worth noting that Kane Hodder reprises his role as Jason Voorhees, becoming the first and only actor to ever don the mask more than once. I want to take as interesting an approach to this as I possibly can. I'm not here to reveal to you that this movie sucks, as if you don't already know that. So what I want to do is just take a look at this film from a top-down perspective. We'll go through the story first, and then we'll reconvene right here. We open on the streets of New York City. The subways, the alleys, the rats. I hope you enjoy these sights now, because you're not going to see them for over an hour. And you're like, what do you mean? The movie is called Jason Takes Manhattan. It should actually be called Jason Takes fucking forever to get to Manhattan. Because only the final act actually occurs here. So how do we get to Manhattan? I'm glad you asked. These two young lovebirds are banging on a houseboat. The anchor is dropped and, wouldn't you know it, it snags a massive, uncovered power cable. The cable is severed, the corpse of Jason Voorhees is electrocuted again, and he's alive. Again. I love that the police have never, ever fished a single dead body out of Crystal Lake. Amazing. Anyway, Jason's back, he kills these two, and then he apparently swims long enough to grab onto this cruise ship, which is carrying a graduating high school class to New York. Jason kills most of these idiots, like he always does, but our lead, Rennie, keeps suffering from hallucinations. Of what? Of a small boy. A small boy who is comically deformed, complete with a fake eye just stuck onto his cheek like he's fucking Liam McPoyle from Always Sunny.
They made me feel self-conscious.
Did they?
Is it off-putting? It doesn't look real.
That skin tone is a good match. Oh, well, when you move the other one.
Watching the little kid covered in green goo wiggle around like the director literally just yelled, "Just wiggle like you're a weird kid," is painful. The boy inexplicably changes shape and size throughout the movie. Later on, we find out Rennie has a fear of water due to the fact that she can't swim. Why, with this fear, would she ever agree to get on a cruise ship in the first place? Who knows? It's a plot hole larger than Jason's machete, but who cares? Why does she have a fear of water? Oh, because when she was little, Jason tried to pull her into the depths of Crystal Lake. Yes, according to Part 8, Jason did in fact drown, and he did indeed live underwater for like 20 years before eventually coming back to avenge his mom. Didn't Part 2 confirm that Jason survived his accident and that he lived in the woods as a hermit? Yes, but who cares? Part 8 has completely retconned this. Jason has apparently been an undead, magical person this entire time. How far is this magic being dialed up? Well, this is the first time Jason is straight up teleporting. From one spot to another, everywhere you look, he's there. Even in an open room with nowhere to hide, wherever your eyes go, he's there. Director Rob Hedden told Crystal Lake Memories, "I've made Jason a little more mythical. He tends to be in many places at the same time." Now, if you're not a fan of Jason teleporting, if that doesn't really work for you, let me just say, Rob Hedden was not a fan of the Friday the 13th series. When he got the job to write and direct, he went and watched all 7 of the prior movies for the first time to get a feel for what he should be working with. In all of my research, from reading books to combing through interviews, even listening to his director's commentary on the Friday the 13th Blu-ray, I noticed that Rob would pull all of these different bits of inspiration. He would say, "Oh, this is very Hitchcock. Oh, the blood coming out of the sink, that's very Nightmare on Elm Street. Right here, I was trying to pull from The Shining." All of these comparisons and inspirations stacked up, and then I finally realized he's pulling from everywhere except Friday the 13th. Nothing about Jason Takes Manhattan at all feels like a Friday the 13th movie. In my opinion, this is the point of no return. Friday the 13th as a franchise from here on out is completely unrecognizable. The classic music from composer Harry Manfredini, the guy we talked about earlier, who had scored all 7 of the prior films up to this point, none of it appears in Jason Takes Manhattan, and that's probably a good thing because it would feel so out of place here. The director had no experience with or reference for Jason at all. Longtime Paramount producer Frank Mancuso Jr. was so detached from Friday at this point, he wasn't even in the country for the entirety of this film's production. So Jason is killing everyone for really no reason whatsoever. There's honestly no excuse for it in any way, shape, or form. And the survivors jump onto an escape boat, paddling into the darkness. They eventually spot the Statue of Liberty in the distance, and one of them celebrates like he has completely forgotten that all of his friends were butchered just minutes ago.
Damn, we're in New York! You did it, man, you did it! We are in New York! New York City!
What happens in New York? Well, the good guys continue to run for their lives. The car accident freeze frames of little boy Jason in the road are fucking bizarre and hilarious. This annoying prick is stuffed into a barrel of toxic waste. This boxer character throws 58 punches at Jason, all of which connect, and Jason just lets it happen like a pro wrestler in 2024, standing around waiting for his opponent to dive so he can catch him. And then Jason punches the boxer's head off. This is where I'll add that between Jason looking at the billboard, kicking the boombox, and more, Kane Hodder has made it clear that he doesn't like this stuff. Jason shouldn't be played for laughs, he stated. I agree, but I'll also add in here, and this is just my personal taste, Kane Hodder is not my Jason, man. He's not. Throughout this entire movie, Jason is breathing like Darth Vader. His arms are always flexed, and I feel that Kane brings a he needs to look badass quality to Jason that I'm not about it. It doesn't work for me. Jason doesn't need to look cool or strong. Director Rob Hedden has openly shared that he would rely on Kane for advice on how Jason would handle a situation, saying that Kane knows Jason very well. How? From playing the character one time and completely changing the way he'd been presented in 6 prior movies? Alright then, if you say so. Our 2 survivors wind up in the sewers being chased by Jason, and that's when Rennie throws a bucket of toxic waste in his face. The reveal here is embarrassingly terrible. Do you see the lamps overhead swinging back and forth? This was done on purpose to obstruct the facial makeup. Why? Because everyone, from the director to the FX team on down, everyone knew it looked like shit. In part 3, Jason looks so scary. In part 4, he's even scarier. 6 is fucking incredible. 7 is a whole new ball game. Here in part 8, I don't know, man. This isn't scary at all. It looks like the exhumed corpse of Curly from the Three Stooges walking around a shit pipe. The tidal wave of toxic waste that apparently floods the New York sewers every single night comes rushing through, and after Jason screams for his mommy, he is melted away to nothing. Well, he's not melted to nothing. He actually becomes a little boy. That's Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. That's it. That's the movie. Jason being reverted to a little boy at the end of the film is not one of Rennie's hallucinations. This is not a vision that she had. He literally transformed into a child. Director Rob Hedden asked Paramount if he could kill Jason for good. He was under the impression that this was going to be the final Friday the 13th film, so he didn't want to just kill Jason. He wanted to wrap it all up. He wanted to bring the whole thing full circle. Paramount said, yeah, go ahead. I mean, if we want him back, we'll just bring him back, so go for it. So that's it. What was supposed to be yet another final appearance for Jason Voorhees ends with the iconic slasher in his underwear as a small boy crying in the sewer. And believe it or not, this ending was actually supposed to be even more bizarre. Kane Hodder revealed that, as originally scripted, Jason would speak further, saying, "Please don't let me die, Mommy," before throwing up himself as a child. Does this make any sense at all? No. None. Zero. Kane Hodder not only dislikes the comedy with Jason, he also really isn't a fan of this ending at all. The cut scene with the little boy Jason squirting green slime out of his shoulders is so fucking stupid looking. The little actor's face is like, what is even happening here? I love when this gangbanger is shooting Jason and he runs out of bullets, but he still adds fake recoil with his hands as if the gun had fired around. This is the same scene where Jason Voorhees saves Rennie from being raped by these thugs in an alley, after they injected her with what we can only assume was heroin. So in the hierarchy of evil, clearly Jason is number 2, the citizens of New York are number 1. There's a scene where Jason shows his face to these street toughs who threaten to kick his ass and they run away. This is similar to when Jason showed Chris his face in part 3 to reveal to her that he was indeed the man who attacked her the year before. And let me pop up real quick here to say this. There were not many of you, but there were a few of you. Some of you were arguing with me in the comments that Jason does not intentionally show Chris his face in part 3. Yes, he does. Clear as day. Even if you're saying it was an accident, oh, he was just trying to get the rope off his neck, you're just completely ignoring their prior run-in. You're throwing out the scene where Jason had accosted her in the woods in their past. He shows her his face to say, "It's me, bitch." That is 100% what is happening. I have no idea how so many people can miss such simple, by-the-numbers storytelling. And if you can't comprehend that, that's on you, and I don't know what to tell you. Some of these comments, man, they make you wonder. And to be clear, I will not be addressing this any further. If you still can't understand what you've seen, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Now let's get back to business. Only the final 25 minutes or so taking place in the actual location the movie is named after rubbed many the wrong way. And this is well known, so bear with me if you've heard the stories, but there's a good reason why this movie barely features New York at all. That reason is money. It's expensive to shoot a movie in New York. Who would have thought? Rob Hedden's original treatment was full of New York. The boxing scene was supposed to take place in Madison Square Garden. The Golden Gate Bridge was to be featured. In the director's commentary, he mentioned wanting Jason to fall off the Statue of Liberty. Obviously, none of this made the film. It's odd to me that the script was greenlit with all of that in there, and only after did the studio say, no, that's gonna cost way too much. But that's Hollywood for you. Much of the blame falls on Rob Hedden himself. As a director, it was his job to keep everything on course. And not only did they use their entire budget, they went over budget to the tune of $1.5 million. And that's after they were told that they'd be lucky to get a week to shoot in New York, if that. Spoiler, it did indeed wind up being less than a week. The Times Square scenes are clearly shoot New York. These alleyways and streets, this is work in New York, aka Vancouver. A funny little tidbit comes in with Vancouver being a really beautiful, clean city. It didn't look enough like New York, so all of the grime and graffiti you see, this is all set dressing on an otherwise pristine block. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just respect our surroundings in this country? Oy, that's another conversation for another time. Shooting on the water was a colossal pain in the ass, with the boat constantly needing to be turned around so that it could pass the same backgrounds with the water moving in the same direction across multiple takes. Let's talk about the effects, too. We've gone over Jason's face looking downright awful, but how about child Jason reaching through the mirror? The kid's appearance is laughably terrible, but the hand emerging from the mirror, that's not CGI. That's a mannequin's hand being pushed through a pool of liquid mercury. That's fucking awesome. Jason is soaking wet through this entire movie. I have no idea why he never dries off. And I'm also curious as to why Jason's new mask has the axe mark in it from part 3. This specific hockey mask belonged to that bonehead idiot from the beginning of the movie. Jason stole it. It's not his original. That one broke in part 7. Was it really so important to have that mark there that it's just present with no explanation whatsoever? I don't know. What else is there to say about this movie? That this was the first film of Kelly Hu's career? She's the voice of Devora in Mortal Kombat now. That's cool.
Chitin evolved through natural selection.
The director was constantly acting like a ding-dong during production, running into shots with his pants down and being a goof, so it seemed like the on-set shenanigans made for a really fun working environment, unlike several of the prior installments. That's something. This kill in the sauna, that's not Kane Hodder as Jason. Nor is this Kane Hodder in the theatrical trailer. I don't know who this is. Nor does Kane Hodder, oddly enough, which he's annoyed about to this day. I'm well aware of the fact that I am being super harsh here, and it is what it is, man. This movie sucks. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to pretend it's great? Do you want me to pretend that this movie is awesome? It's not. And I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be honest with you 100% of the time. If you are a fan of Jason Takes Manhattan, I'm happy for you. I am glad that this movie has a fan base. It just doesn't include me, that's all. I first saw this movie when I was a teenager, and I thought it sucked then, too. It just doesn't have anything that I'm looking for. There's barely any violence in this film. There are some boobs, so that's cool, actually, but just all in all, I'm not a fan of this direction for a slasher villain. I don't want this shit to be funny and stupid. If I wanted that sort of thing, I know where to look for it. I would watch Trick or Treat or Cabin in the Woods. Those movies are great using this style. It's not what I want in Friday the 13th. And I am not alone. Look at the scene where Jason is walking through the subway train in front of all of these people. Nobody pays any mind to him. Nobody cares. Unfortunately for Paramount, life would imitate art. Despite having the largest budget yet for a Friday the 13th film at $4 million, Jason Takes Manhattan would wind up costing around $5.5 million when all was said and done. The box office? Oh man, it was the lowest gross yet at just $14.3 million. So not just the lowest, but the lowest by far. We'll get more into this next time, but this was the final straw for Paramount Pictures. After the dwindling and eventually dismal performances of parts 5, 6, 7, and 8, the studio would pull out of the franchise entirely, leaving Jason Voorhees hanging in limbo indefinitely, or hanging out in the sewer in his underwear as a small boy. Somebody would come along and pick up these pieces, eventually. A familiar face, in fact. But that's a conversation for next time. After distributing 8 Friday the 13th films, the last 5 of which had drawn lower and lower box office returns than the one before, Paramount Pictures had finally thrown in the towel on Jason Voorhees. Key figures within the company, namely high-level producers, had been ready to say goodbye for over a decade, but now it was truly over. I opened the last installment of this series talking about how hot Freddy Krueger was, how profitable that franchise had been, but now, just a few years later, A Nightmare on Elm Street was facing the same situation. The general public's interest in not only the slasher genre, but horror in general, had fallen off a cliff. But you know what they say, when one door closes, another door opens. Paramount weren't interested in Jason Voorhees anymore, which made it much easier for someone else to step in and say, hey, I'll take it off your hands. And you know who that person was? None other than series creator Sean S. Cunningham, who hadn't been involved with the series at all since the original, which he directed. Why would he return now? Well, he saw the writing on the wall. Jason was on ice. Freddy Krueger was on ice. If he could get Freddy's home studio, New Line Cinema, to foot the bill in buying the rights to Jason, these two horror icons would finally be under the same umbrella. The clash of the titans would finally be possible. But it wouldn't be that easy, as we'll discuss here today. There were still several stops and starts on the road to the ultimate showdown. Oh, and 3 more entire movies, too. We've seen the highest of highs and lowest of lows thus far, so what could possibly be in store for us today? Jason Goes to Hell is going to return our famous killer to the Earth, whereas its sequel, Jason X, will send him to the stars. Yeah, Jason in space, where his broken down and beaten body will be repaired by technologically advanced space ant things. Oh, Jesus. Welcome to the history of Friday the 13th, Part 4, From Hell to Space. What did I mean earlier? That there were still several stops and starts on the way to Freddy vs. Jason. Sean S. Cunningham was successful in forming a partnership with New Line Cinema to bring Jason under Freddy Krueger's banner, so what the hell? Why not get to work? Well, Cunningham found himself asking that exact same question when, out of the blue, Wes Craven's A New Nightmare was announced. Much like Cunningham's return to Friday the 13th, Wes Craven was back for A Nightmare on Elm Street. It's funny how these two returns lined up. A New Nightmare not only threw a massive wrench into the long-awaited slasher showdown from a scheduling standpoint, it also completely erased literally all of the existing franchise lore. It turns out that everything you'd seen thus far, these were all just movies. Nancy was just a character being played by the actress Heather Langenkamp. Freddy Krueger was a movie villain portrayed by Robert Englund. So that's great, this character we'd been following for like 15 years. A character we loved and couldn't wait to see finally fight Jason Voorhees. All of this was bullshit. Cool, that's great. If I were Sean Cunningham, I would be slamming my head against a wall like, what are you doing? This movie is awesome, by the way. It's one of the best in the Nightmare series, but anyway, is this the history of A Nightmare on Elm Street or the history of Friday the 13th? Let's get back to Jason. With Freddy Krueger now apparently doing his thing again, Sean Cunningham said, well, what the fuck? Let's do our thing again, too. We'll at least make some money and keep Jason relevant while they do whatever it is that they're doing. And that is all Cunningham had in mind. Let's also do another movie while we wait for them. He didn't care what it was about. He didn't care where it left things when it was all said and done. Just make another one. There were several orders he put in place, though, with order number 1 being to ignore Jason Takes Manhattan completely. And that's just great. You have to love that sort of thing, right? So now part 5 and part 8 officially never happened. Order number 2 was, and I quote, get that damn hockey mask out of the movie. No, I am not kidding. We're off to a great start. You know better by now than to expect any past writer or director to return, so let's not even dance around it. Our director here for Jason Goes to Hell, The Final Friday, and yes, that's the actual title. There is no Friday the 13th on it at all. Our director is Adam Marcus. At 23 years old, Marcus was the youngest director ever hired by New Line Cinema. What had he directed prior to Jason Goes to Hell? Nothing. How'd he wind up in this position? Well, he grew up being best friends with Sean Cunningham's son, Noel, and he'd been shadowing Sean Cunningham for years, learning little bits and pieces about the industry. When this 9th film in the Friday series needed a director, who could possibly be cheaper than somebody with no directorial experience whatsoever, right? With orders to ignore Jason Takes Manhattan, the initial plan for Jason Goes to Hell saw a frail man pulling Jason's body from the depths of Crystal Lake. This man would dissect Jason's body, performing a full autopsy, and would inherit Jason's powers. This frail, mysterious man would be revealed as Elias Voorhees, Jason's long-lost twin brother. This concept was mostly abandoned. Writing Jason Goes to Hell would be Dean Lowry, who also had a relationship with Sean Cunningham, having written My Boyfriend's Back, which Cunningham produced. Lowry's initial pitch for this film was Jason Takes L.A., where the plot would revolve around rival gangs having to call a truce in order to take down Jason Voorhees. Obviously, this idea was never even considered. We have a ton to cover here today, so I will spare you the granular details, but Lowry was not the only writer on this project. And by the time cameras rolled, they were shooting what they had hoped were the best parts of 4 different scripts stitched together. Editor David Handman told Crystal Lake Memories author Peter M. Brack, "It feels like it was Frankenstein together," and it was. We wound up with a movie that was basically about people with things in their throats. If you're wondering what the hell that means, hey, I get it. This is Friday the 13th, right? This is Jason Voorhees, right? Things in people's throats? What are you talking about? I can answer this question, but to do so, we're going to have to dive into the story. But before we do that, let me correct myself a little bit. I said this is Friday the 13th, right? And it's not. Technically, it's not. When New Line Cinema purchased the rights to Jason, they did not purchase the overarching rights to the title and the franchise. They purchased the rights to Jason. Are you following along here? As a matter of fact, you will notice from here on out that the title Friday the 13th is actually never used again. Well, until we get to the reboot, but that's a part 5 conversation. Let's dive into the story of Jason Goes to Hell. There's an extremely babed up woman by herself visiting Crystal Lake. What a terrible idea, right? Immediately she gets naked, and immediately Jason shows up. He looks like shit, and obviously he's not a little boy anymore. Remember, Jason Takes Manhattan now officially never happened. Forget about it. Jason chases her through the woods until the trap is sprung. This was an FBI sting. The soldiers unload their weapons into the Crystal Lake Killer, and then BAM! A missile blows him to pieces. Holy shitballs. Jason was just blown up. The remains are brought to the morgue. The coroner details the damage, he examines Jason somehow still beating hard, and then he fucking eats the thing! He just bites right into the fucking thing and eats it whole for no fucking reason whatsoever. As if the missile and explosion were not enough, I could not believe what I was seeing when this happened. What the fuck is this movie? What is going on? Another coroner comes in and hurls insults at Jason.
Badass, maggoty, blown up fuck? Suck this!
Honestly, this is what the entire film feels like. It's an insult. Jason was made out to be useless in Part 7. Takes Manhattan is a pile of shit. And here, this movie might as well be called Fuck Jason Voorhees. Here's something that has nothing to do with him. What a mockery of an icon. Anyway, this guy is brutally killed by... he was killed by this dude, who we're shown is carrying the essence of Jason Voorhees. And make no mistake, this reflection is not a little wink to the audience. Later in the movie, the characters themselves physically see Jason in the reflection as well, even though that makes no sense. So what is the plot here? You're probably tired of me saying there are teenagers, Jason kills them. If that's you, if you're annoyed by that, then you are in luck, because that's not what this movie is at all. Get ready for this. Creighton Duke, this bounty hunter guy, he explains that the only way Jason Voorhees can be killed is by the hand of another Voorhees, and only through a Voorhees can Jason be reborn. So, Jason can't be killed because there are no other Voorhees family members out there, right? Wrong! Jason has a sister all of a sudden. This sister has a daughter who also has a daughter. So, there you go. 3 more Voorhees out of nowhere. Ugh. Second part, Jason can be reborn through a Voorhees. That's Jason's motivation. He wants to get his body back. For what reason, nobody knows. His body was a fucking wreck. Why not take a new one? He apparently doesn't want to be black, because he jumps out of this coroner's body the first chance he gets. How? Well, by capturing, stripping naked, strapping down, and shaving this guy. Why is this guy naked? Nobody knows. Why does Jason shave him? Nobody knows. The director laughs about how this doesn't make any sense in the Blu-ray commentary track. As a matter of fact, the director and the writer laugh at the entire movie, talking about how none of it makes any sense at all. I'm glad they find it funny, but I don't. How does Duke know any of this stuff about Jason's life and death? Nobody knows. How does he know that this dagger is the only tool that can kill Jason? Nobody knows. What are these spirits? Nobody knows. Why will Duke not offer any information unless you let him break your fingers?
And everyone has a price. Are you ready to pay?
Yes.
Oh, fuck! Nobody knows. What the hell are these things? Nobody knows. Again, the director and writer laugh about these things in the commentary track. Great. So what did they say? A Voorhees has to destroy Jason's heart to kill him? That's funny because Tommy Jarvis wasn't a Voorhees, and he killed Jason in part 4. And hold on, the heart must be destroyed? Didn't eating it destroy it? I don't know. The entire town is celebrating the apparent manhunt underway, and the press it's bringing them. This local diner is offering the Voorhees burger, which is labeled as a hollow cash grab. Hey, that's just like this movie. Long story short, Jason's sister is killed after doing practically nothing. The new body with Jason's essence in it throws up a dick worm which crawls up her pussy. By the way, this scene was not in the script, nor was actress Erin Gray told it would be a part of the movie, and she didn't know it existed until she saw it at the premiere in front of everyone, which she found violating. Very classy of the director. Anyway, being that she was a Voorhees, Jason is reborn into the exact same fucked up, gnarled, piece of shit body he had at the beginning of the movie. It's the same thing, all the way down to the stains on the shirt. Why wouldn't he be reborn into a new body? Even if it's his own. Why wouldn't it be a new version of him and look like part 3 or something without all the wounds he has suffered over the years? I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? The final battle consists of Jason grabbing this guy and throwing him. And then he throws him again. And then he throws him again. And then he throws him again. And then he gets stabbed and glows, and demons made of the earth emerge from the dirt and drag Jason below, presumably to hell. Our leads walk off into the sunset, and Jason's mask is pulled underground by the glove of Freddy Krueger. Now let me say something here, because I have gotten a few comments asking me why I would even bother doing a retrospective on something that I hate. If you somehow haven't noticed by now, I don't hate Friday the 13th. I actually love Friday the 13th. That said, some of these movies are fucking terrible. Nobody asked why I would bother covering Halloween after I eviscerated the abortion that is Halloween 5, after I threw away the junk that is Halloween 6, after I pissed on the garbage that is Halloween Resurrection, after I buried the corpse of what was Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. So what are we doing here? Are Friday the 13th fans just a lot more sensitive, or what's going on? Anyway, that's the story of Jason Goes to Hell. Freddy Krueger's glove pulling Jason's mask beneath the dirt at the end of the movie was not a setup for Freddy vs. Jason. Director Adam Marcus actually had no creative right to do such a thing. He just tacked it on because he legally could and thought it would be a cool thing to do. So that's great, right? That's responsible. If you're keeping score, Freddy vs. Jason still would not happen for another 10 years. So, good job there, guys. Good job. But Freddy wasn't the only icon present here where he didn't belong. The Necronomicon, aka the Book of the Dead, straight from the Evil Dead franchise, also appears at length. Seriously, it gets close-ups. Why is this here? It's here because Sam Raimi lent this prop to director Adam Marcus, who thought it was so cool that he included it in his movie. There is no in-universe explanation for what this book is, why it's here, what it does, what it has to do with Jason. Marcus legally could not explain anything regarding this book, as New Line had no rights to Evil Dead. Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash would eventually be a comic book released in 2007, a comic book which I did a whole retrospective on that you should check out. But yeah, that's it. It's literally just here because the director was like, oh, that's cool. There were several corny shots that Sean Cunningham hated, shouting, "Film school!" when they'd watch the work in progress during the editing. And Cunningham was right. Jason Goes to Hell is clearly clearly directed by a 23-year-old who really has no idea. The Final Friday is an absolute amateur mess, and I don't put all of that blame on Adam Marcus. Sean Cunningham not only gave Marcus the job, but he was on set constantly. He reshot a ton of this movie himself because he hated it, and he has since labeled this film beyond an embarrassment. He told Crystal Lake Memories that he can't stand the body swapping plot. Dude, you approved all of this. Ugh. And it goes further than this. There's a whole story about Cunningham forcing them to shoot this movie at 22 frames per second, which then caused all of the audio to fall out of sync, which would have to be resynced as they went, with the pitch having to be constantly lowered, otherwise it would give away that it was sped up in the first place. What the fuck was he thinking? Cunningham stated that before he stepped in and called for reshoots, the movie was unreleasable. It was 45 or 50 minutes that felt like it went on for 4 days. Even after we've looked at Part 5, Part 7, and Part 8, there's a chance that the Final Friday is the biggest, most incoherent mess of any of them. What an accomplishment. Did I mention yet that the opening scene originally would have featured a flashback where child Jason was having sex with his own mom? No? Good. Let's pretend that they never even had that idea. Kane Hodder still plays Jason Voorhees here in the Final Friday, even though Jason's barely in the movie. What does Kane think of this body swapping stuff? He's openly stated that he doesn't like it, and he thinks it strays way outside of anything fans would want to see. I'd rather not know all this backstory about him, is what he told Crystal Lake Memories. Yeah, you and everyone else, Kane. Kane even tried to talk to all of the different actors who were possessed by the essence of Jason, pitching them on mimicking his body language and attempting to move like he would move so it would be identifiable. Not a single one of the actors were receptive to this, according to Kane, nor was the director. That's great. Maybe it's a good thing he wasn't very active in the role this time, as he described this outfit to be the hardest to perform in by far. The hockey mask was not a separate piece this time, meaning he could never remove it to breathe easier between scenes. Not only that, but in addition to the rubber mask of the head, there was a full rubber bodysuit as well that was hotter than anything he'd ever had to wear prior. Why was this rubber bodysuit necessary? Who knows? Jason's clothing isn't torn up to the degree that we ever really see it, so you can't even really tell that it's there. You know what's nice, though? Kane Hodder gets to show his face and even speak in this movie. There he is. I hope he got paid extra for this. Negative, negative, negative. I know. Look, there's very little that I have to say about Jason Goes to Hell that isn't negative, but I will do my best right now to skew in the other direction. Let's give this a shot. It is not hard to compliment the special effects here, which were handled by KNB for the first time in the series. When Jason's essence leaves his body, the person who carried it fucking melts to a pile of goo. Holy shit, this is amazing. This is what it's all about. God damn. See, if this movie were called Soul Jumper or something and had this type of gore, it would be far less offensive to me as a fan of Jason Voorhees. The effects are not the problem. Even the stupid ones that I hate, like the punched-in mouth, it's still fun to see. It's still well done. It's worth noting that this was the first time a Friday movie was made where the crew were told to go as gory as possible. Do whatever you want, without compromise. Because we know the MPAA will cut it up, but who cares? Because now, Laserdisc was a thing. All of that cut violence and content could be included on the Laserdisc release, which would be a secondary marketing tool. Very canny for the time period. Very smart business. The finale, where Jason is pulled beneath the dirt by the earth monsters or whatever. This was initially going to be done with miniatures and puppets. The studio didn't like the way this looked, I guess, so it was scrapped. And come on, what a mistake. This shit is so cool. This effect is straight out of The Thing. Check that out. The role of Creighton Duke went to Stephen Williams, but the Candyman himself, Tony Todd, even auditioned for this part. That would have been a cool piece of history. This crate right here is a reference to Creepshow, which, again, is just another thing that the director thought would be cool to do. And speaking of the director, Adam Marcus, I will point out that he's in the movie. There he is. The writer, Dean Lowry, is here too. There you go. Who the hell taught these cops how to hold a gun? What is this stance? You want some beautiful dialogue?
You want me to cuff you? What makes you think you can? I got a gun. I got a gun.
And I want you to say the first thing that comes to your mind. Jason Voorhees.
Well, that makes me think of a little girl in a pink dress sticking a hot dog through a donut.
The fuck is that?
It's Jessica's baby.
You little cutie pie. It'll be just as cute when it's on the fucking street. Now get it out! I stole Diana's body. And then I went home and fucked her daughter.
Although the Elias Voorhees twin brother angle was cut and never used, Jason is described as being the son of Pamela and Elias Voorhees. Jason's father had never, ever been mentioned up to this point, and he never will again. This was another instance of the director just thinking it would be a cool thing to slip that into the lore. There was a specific quote in the Crystal Lake Memories book that stood out to me, and I would like to read it to you now and share it with you and address it in this video. In response to the fans who say Jason Goes to Hell has nothing to do with Friday the 13th, or there's not enough Jason, or it's way too much of a departure, director Adam Marcus stated, "There are a lot of fans who should examine themselves a little bit and wonder why they want to keep watching the same damn movie over and over." Continuing that fans shouldn't hamper the filmmaking community because they don't want to make the same thing again and again. To blame fans because you decided to make a Jason movie that has really nothing to do with Jason and they don't like it for that reason is ridiculous. Because it's not just the fans. Sean Cunningham hates this movie. Kane Hodder doesn't like this movie. But to further your statement by saying that the filmmaking community don't want to make the same thing again and again, then you shouldn't have signed on for Friday the 13th, you fucking idiot! Make something else. Create something original. If you create something original, nobody will have the standards and expectations of an established franchise to hold you to. Jason Goes to Hell, The Final Friday, released on August 13th, 1993. It was absolutely buried by critics, and this time, even the fans hated a Jason movie. On a budget of $3 million, The Final Friday drew $15.9 million at the box office. It made money, statistically, but this was barely above Jason Takes Manhattan, and was the second worst financial return in franchise history. New Line Cinema probably hoped it would do much better, but hey, A New Nightmare had a budget nearly 3 times the size of The Final Friday, and still grossed less than $20 million in its own right. These were technically moneymakers, but not by much. The glory days were definitely in the past. Though it must be noted once again that A New Nightmare is really good. And director Adam Marcus believes that under the original and part 2, Jason Goes to Hell is the 3rd best film in the entire franchise. And I guess I'm glad he feels that way. I mean, he's probably literally the only person in the world who does feel that way. And hey, good for you, man. I'm not going to get into how I've read and listened to him tell the same stories on multiple occasions, and how the stories change drastically. I'm not going to get into the fact that Disney didn't want a 21-year-old with no experience directing Johnny Zombie, so they turned him down. Meanwhile, he will tell you in this interview that it was him who walked away from this Disney film because he could see what they were doing to the movie. The guy is a liar. He says in this same interview that he never got a complaint from the studio. Meanwhile, he was removed from the set after arguing with his star that she'd do a nude scene that she never agreed to and was uncomfortable with. Sean Cunningham had to come in and do the rest of her scenes with her after this, because she was no longer comfortable being around Adam Marcus. But he never heard a complaint from the studio, right? Which one is it? You can draw your own conclusions on Adam Marcus, but I don't think you need any help drawing conclusions on Jason Goes to Hell. It's a piece of shit that feels like it was made by a hack who was hired by a hack, and this isn't a situation where people don't like it because they weren't ready for it. They don't like it because it sucks. It's incoherent. It is overflowing with ideas that didn't belong to the studio, so they couldn't legally be fleshed out. It is teeming with pieces of huge concepts that were removed from earlier scripts that now don't make any sense, because the only things that survived are like steps 2 and 6 of an 8-step plan. The more I learn about this director and how he refuses to take any responsibility for any of his movies' downfalls and poor reputation, the more annoyed I get. So, fuck it. That's that on that. Adam Marcus went on to co-write 2013's Texas Chainsaw 3D, another pile of shit that turns Leatherface into the fucking hero of the movie, where he lives happily ever after, vowing to always watch over this young woman with his chainsaw. Oh my god. With Jason in hell and Freddy Krueger rebooted and retconned and a total mess in its own right, now was the time to book the fight. Now was finally time to get this show on the road. Nope! Over the next 10 years, Freddy Krueger would go on to do nothing, while Jason Voorhees for the next 10 years would do nothing. And when he did come back, Jason that is, he went to space. It's only natural to wonder how in the name of God we wound up in space. What the fuck happened to Freddy vs. Jason? That was the whole plan. Both characters got a new movie. Where is Freddy vs. Jason? I'll keep it quick. After Jason Goes to Hell came out and sucked and disappointed at the box office, Sean Cunningham started paying writers to pen the script to Freddy vs. Jason. He didn't like any of them, so they started taking new scripts from new writers. And then they did that again. And again, and again, and again. And the next thing anybody knew, 6 years had gone by, with nothing even coming close to what Sean Cunningham was looking for. None of it was up to his standards. Granted, this is the guy who greenlit and produced Jason Goes to Hell, so we can only imagine how many good pitches were actually in there that he turned down. So with all of these years and millions of dollars wasted with nothing even close to a roadmap in place, he said, fuck it, let's do another Jason movie. Again, just make Jason so that he's relevant and we'll hopefully get a little bit of money out of it. He listened to pitch after pitch after pitch, and eventually, Jason in Space is the one that he thought was good. That was the move. Jason in Space. Not a single Freddy vs. Jason script in 6 years was to Sean Cunningham's liking. He wasn't into any of them. But Jason in Space, that's the ticket, that's the move. And here's the thing, I think we know well enough by now, he was into Jason in Space because it's not anything like Friday the 13th. I don't know what it is about Sean Cunningham or the people that he hires, where they have an established franchise with an established fan base, an established formula with an established iconic character. And the only thing that seems to light up Sean Cunningham's eyes is someone coming to him and saying like, I got an idea that's nothing like the shit people love. What's the point? Why? Why do that? Look, Cunningham said in an interview on the Jason X Blu-ray, that after Jason Goes to Hell, I really started to understand Jason a little more. Jason Goes to Hell was the 9th fucking movie. How is it that you don't understand this character? How are you the person in charge? How did we get here? But you know what? I've been complaining for 3 straight movies now. I'm getting a little tired of it, and I'm sure you're probably getting tired of it too. And that's why I'm happy to report some good news. Jason X is kind of fucking awesome. Now hear me out. Hear me out. Is this a good movie? No, it isn't. And don't take it from me, the writer himself, Todd Farmer, has openly stated that this movie isn't good and what was shot is extremely far from what he wrote. He specifically mentioned that the script underwent at least 100 rewrites. The production of this film was tortured, to say the least. Scenes were switched around, cancelled, cut, and compromised on a constant basis. Sean Cunningham, who wasn't a writer or director on the picture, just a producer, was showing up to set with new scenes that he personally wrote the night before, demanding that they be shot, claiming that they would improve the film. The director, Jim Isaac, was ecstatic to be working on the movie. At first, he'd worked for Sean Cunningham before on Deep Star 6 and House 3, so of course there was a pre-existing relationship there. There always seems to be on Cunningham's projects. But Isaac had been around the block on his own. He did special effects work on Return of the Jedi, on Gremlins, on Arachnophobia. These are big deals. This guy wasn't brand new. But when it all came down to it, he might as well have been. In several interviews conducted years after the release of Jason X, Isaac regretted not standing his ground on what he believed was good for the movie, stating, "I wanted to make this movie for teenagers because they were our audience. In the end, I wound up making it for Sean," which is a heartbreaking admission to hear from a director. Now that was all negative. You're probably wondering where the kind of awesome part comes in. Look, Jason X is silly. It's stupid. It's off the wall. And that's not a first for this franchise, right? The difference is Jason X knows exactly what it is. Even through all the production fuck-ups and failures, even though the script isn't even close to what was originally written, even though several of the scenes had to be pulled out and were replaced with useless bullshit, this is the type of useless bullshit that is bound to entertain you. We'll dive into the story in a little bit. Give me a minute to flesh out what I just said, that this movie is entertaining. Why is it entertaining? What works about it? First of all, look at these sets. They're fantastic. Jason X started shooting in 1999, and holy Christ can you tell. And I mean that in the best way possible. All of the spaceship interiors are handcrafted. The dashboards with their blinking lights and buttons, tremendous. Some of these kills are amazing. Of course, the sleeping bag slam is back. This time it's a 2-for-1. Homeboy bumping off a balcony and getting impaled on a cartoonishly large screw, with his body spinning all the way down to the base. That's a 9 out of 10. This babe getting her face frozen in liquid nitrogen. Then Jason smashes her icy head into pieces. That's a 10 out of 10. I love seeing how happy the crew were to apply just the right amount of disgusting goo to Jason's dead eyeball. Seriously, if you're a movie nerd, if you pop for this sort of thing, you really should get the Blu-ray. There's over an hour of behind-the-scenes footage, several documentaries with tons of interviews with the cast and crew, which greatly assisted in my research for this video. I can't recommend it enough. I also cannot explain to you how hard I popped seeing Mark Borchardt and Mike Shank from American Movie pop up in one of the featurettes. Are you kidding me?
All it is a rhythmic killing of about a dozen people per feature film.
Only like really cool people see horror films, I think, and that's what makes them good.
These fine-ass chicks are having sex and they get wiped out, man. That's what a slasher flick is.
Seeing Kane Hodder in and out of costume, adding his insight to several stunts and scenes, it's just really cool to have access to all of this stuff all these years later. Look at Kane Hodder standing in front of this hail of gunfire. Blanks or not, that is scary as hell. This part here where Jason breaks this guy's neck, it was Kane's idea to not just snap the spinal cord, but to do it slowly. You gotta love it. Horror legend David Cronenberg even appears in this movie, a role he only agreed to take under the condition that they kill him. Excellent. Just excellent. Jason X had a massive budget by Friday the 13th standards, and it shows. Director Jim Isaac set out to take the $11 million allotted to him and spend every single cent of it on screen. He wanted to make an $11 million movie that looked like a $30 million movie, and for the most part, I feel like he pulled it off. Now, Jason X was shot in 1999, and after the movie was finished, it was complete, it was in the can, New Line Cinema put it on the shelf for over 2 years. By the time this thing came out, most of the luster was gone. Classy move. Great strategy there, New Line. But enough of the build-up, let's tell the story. It's a doozy, to say the least. First of all, this opening scene takes place in 2008. Why? Because they started shooting in 1999. Freddy vs. Jason was bound to happen at some point, and they didn't want to have to explain continuity or anything. So fuck it, put it a little bit in the future. If Freddy vs. Jason isn't out by 2008, it's never gonna happen. So it's 2008, we're at the top secret Crystal Lake research facility, which is hilarious, where Jason Voorhees is going to be cryogenically frozen. The government has apparently attempted to execute Jason in every way imaginable, and he just won't die. He also now apparently has the ability to regenerate lost and damaged tissue, which is so fucking funny. It's just another, hey, this would be cool, tossed into the lore bucket. If he won't die, fuck it, just freeze him. It's not a bad plan, I guess. I mean, throwing him into a volcano would probably be better. You can't regenerate something that doesn't exist. But getting Jason in a helicopter and safely dropping him into a volcano is like some Austin Powers level of stupid shit, so I guess I'll just shut up. Before Jason can be frozen, of course, he breaks free. He kills everyone in his path. Rowan, our lead, outsmarts him and locks him into the freezing chamber, but Jason plunges his machete through the wall, causing a catastrophic leak. The next thing we know, a crew arrives, exploring the depths of this facility. Their outfits are strange, their technology is advanced, and we learn after they've loaded Rowan and Jason onto their ship that the accident from the opening scene occurred over 450 years ago. Damn. Oh, and Earth is dead. Long dead. These people are from Earth 2. Rowan's old wounds are repaired by these microscopic future robot ant things, and she's back to life, trying to make peace with the shock of the passage of time. All peace is lost when she learns that Jason Voorhees was also brought aboard the ship, and the captain is not willing to blow his body out into the ether as he's far too valuable to file away. This feels exactly like the studio talking about the Jason IP.
In the end, it always comes down to money.
I feel like I'm about to see Jason Voorhees look at the camera like this is Wayne's World or something.
It's like people only do things because they get paid. And that's just really sad.
Shit goes off the rails as soon as Jason wakes up. He cuts through the crew, one by one. The hunt is on for the remaining survivors, and that's when this guy takes his android, which he's definitely banging. And, well, I'll let him say it.
Gave her an upload.
This is one of the worst lines in cinema history.
Gave her an upload.
Gave her an upload. You mean you upgraded her? You gave her an upgrade or something like that? I don't know. Either way, she's faster, stronger, and better than before, and she beats the shit out of Jason. Head blown off. Jason Voorhees is dead. Again. While our heroes attempt their escape, there's a malfunction. The very same ants that resurrected and repaired Rowan turn their attention to Jason. And now, evil gets an upload. I mean, evil gets an upgrade. It's the tagline of the goddamn movie. How did they fuck that up? Uber Jason is here, and holy shit, this is so deliciously stupid. Look at him. Rowan and Android Maker guy survive. How? They survive because they lock Uber Jason out. They blow up the rest of the ship, and just when you think it's all over, Jason is flying through space, still coming for them. Out of nowhere, Brodsky, the leader of the grunts from earlier, redirects the collision. He rides Jason down through the atmosphere of Earth 2. It's almost like they're sharing a Titanic moment. It's kind of nice. A teenage couple spending a romantic night lakeside on a campground see them falling, while we see Uber Jason's burnt and broken mask sinking into the depths of the lake. If you don't think this movie is stupid, you're insane. If you hate this movie and think it's the worst in the entire franchise, you're double insane. This is not the worst by far. It's not even close to being the worst. Again, Jason X knows what it is. Even with all of the garbage that the writer, the director, and the actors had to deal with, this is a horror action comedy in space that sets out to make you laugh. And at the end of the day, I think it's a job well done. It might just be a job done. But either way, at the end of the day, the mission was accomplished. I think one of the greatest examples of Jason X understanding the assignment can be shown off by comparing this film to Jason Goes to Hell. Adam Marcus wanted to do something different, and his approach to this was to completely remove Jason from his movie, to include inside baseball references to other franchises that the studio didn't have the license to do anything with, and to retcon in massive amounts of franchise lore to try and explain the point of what was happening. Todd Farmer and Jim Isaac's approach on Jason X to doing something different was to have a Jason movie, just do it in a new place. Instead of explaining what the audience was looking at with pages and pages of exposition, Jason wakes up from a 455-year slumber simply because two people started fucking. It's that simple. Oh man, that's funny. And you know what else is funny? I've always wondered what the deal was with the silver hockey mask on the movie's poster. Never does this mask appear in the film, nor is it featured in any of the deleted scenes. I learned in my research that there was a rejected Freddy vs. Jason script where Jason saw a chrome hockey mask in a sporting goods store, and he took off his classic mask to upgrade to this new one. Now obviously that version of that movie was never made, but I guess somebody liked the visual. Well, they liked it enough to put it on the next poster. Not quite enough to go that route for the entire movie. Not in the classic sense, at least. Let's talk about the Uber Jason costume. It's insane. Look at this. This shit is Power Rangers. He looks like Lord Zed. Kane Hodder said that this costume was extremely restrictive, and he could barely move one of his arms. The black part is leather. The armor pieces are made of Kevlar, and they're attached to the muscle suit with simple Velcro. This is another area where the special features were great. Seeing all of this created and fitted to Kane's body, it's awesome. You know what sucked though? There's a spot where one character's body is obliterated, sucked through a small hole that's covered by a steel grate, with the meat and the blood shot out into space. Even as a kid, when I had this movie on VHS, I found this part extremely underwhelming. It turns out, they knew it was underwhelming. The director hates this scene. All he needed was a little more time and a little more money. This shot was on the docket to be redone, but Sean Cunningham said no. He cut off the cash and was not interested in any further reshoots. Great. He also didn't allow the director, Jim Isaac, to influence the soundtrack at all. instead hiring longtime Friday composer Harry Manfredini to score the movie. Manfredini's music is great for a slasher movie in the 80s, but here, it doesn't really make any sense at all. The music feels completely out of touch with the visuals, which sucks. But I would like to talk about a few pieces of funny dialogue, like this one here.
You're lucky you weren't alive during the Microsoft conflict.
What do you think the Microsoft conflict was? Did it have anything to do with Xbox's exclusives coming to PlayStation? Jeez, wait for Gears and Halo to come over. We also learned that a major sport was outlawed.
It's a hockey mask. Facial armor. Used in a sport outlawed in 2024.
I hope all of you hockey fans are having fun with what is clearly your final season. Man, I remember being 12 years old watching this movie on VHS. It was 2002, and I remember hearing KM say that hockey was abolished in 2024. And I sat there thinking, like, that's so far away. That is so distant. What is life gonna be like in 2024? Where will I be? What will I be doing? I gotta tell you, I don't think I imagined myself still talking about this scene from Jason X. What's not funny is what I mentioned earlier, that Jason X was completed, finished, in the can, ready to go, and it was thrown on the shelf for over 2 years. When it finally released, everything it had going for it was old news. The movie finally hit the big screen in 2002, at least here in the US. On a budget of $13 million, this 10th Voorhees film pulled in just $17 million at the box office, making it the biggest failure in franchise history. Now, that's not the lowest gross, but factoring in the budget and the marketing and everything, it's the worst result. You get the picture. Never in a million years would I have made or even greenlit this movie if I were in charge, but for what it is, I get it. I would take Jason X over Jason Goes to Hell any day of the week. Hell, I would take Jason X over Jason Takes Manhattan. I would take Jason X over Part 7. I would take Jason X over Part 5. From a conceptual standpoint, this is undoubtedly the dumbest of them all. It's Jason in space. But they knew what they were doing, and they understood the assignment. For Sean Cunningham, this entire movie, before, during, and after production, was looked at as a one-off, as a joke, as another simple placeholder and hopeful money-making scheme, until someone came to him with an idea for Freddy vs. Jason that he liked. I feel for the writer, whose work was completely stepped on. I feel for Kane Hodder, who, despite me not loving his work as Jason, he clearly enjoyed this role. It meant a lot to him. He did not have kind words for the studio regarding this movie being delayed for so long, that's for sure. It sucks that he cared so much about the character, and he arguably stars in what might be the 4 worst movies in the entire franchise. But most of all, I feel for the director, who was coerced into bringing someone else's vision to life, rather than his own. It's unfortunate that I have to note this here at the end, but Jim Isaac actually passed away in 2012 after a battle with cancer. He was only 51 years old. I never felt like my dad was old when he passed away, and he was 10 years older than Jim. That puts things into perspective. If it's been a while, pop in Jason X. Raise a glass to Jim Isaac, kick back, and have a good time. There are certainly no Academy Awards to be won here, but there are laughs, shocks, and space babes. And really, what more could you ask for? I mean, outside of the long-awaited showdown between Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees. The showdown which we will be looking at next time. Oh, there it is, Dan Dans. Thank you for joining me for this, the history of Friday the 13th, Part 4, From Hell to Space. Next time out, we wrap it all up. The history of Friday the 13th, Part 5, Fighting Freddy and Reboot Revival, is our final stop with Jason Voorhees. After a combined 14 films in the Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street franchises had hit the big screen, these two titans of terror were finally brought under the same banner. But even then, the long-awaited showdown would be delayed, put on ice, and nearly canceled entirely. Jason Goes to Hell, Wes Craven's New Nightmare, and Jason X all fell short of expectations, while script after script for the battle of the century was tossed into the trash. But we've covered all of this. There's no more waiting. It's time. Freddy vs. Jason, after nearly 15 years of talk and hype and build, was finally a reality. And that's just the first half of today's video. After we go through the blood-soaked brawl, we'll turn our attention to the 2009 Friday the 13th reboot, which, to this day, acts as the final appearance of Jason Voorhees on the big screen. I'm so excited to jump into these two films here today, but I'm also a little bummed out. This is it, the final installment. All good things must come to an end, and spoiler, we're closing things out with two excellent entries into this franchise. Welcome to the history of Friday the 13th Part 5, Fighting Freddy and Reboot Revival. I feel like I've been talking about how Freddy vs. Jason wasn't happening for like 6 months at this point, so it's a relief to finally be getting to the meat of the matter, to finally be able to talk about the actual production, you know? I can't imagine how this felt for Sean Cunningham, Jason's co-creator, who brought the rights of his series to New Line to, oh wait, what? After all this time, the guy who gave the go-ahead for Jason Goes to Hell and Jason X didn't have anything to do with Freddy vs. Jason? That's hilarious. Sean Cunningham acted as a producer in name only, according to writers Damian Shannon and Mark Swift. How about it? Cunningham would even tell Crystal Lake Memories author Peter M. Brack that he believes the Freddy vs. Jason director, Ronnie Yu, had no idea how to direct for story, which is very, very rich coming from him. But let's not waste any more time on Cunningham. Let's talk about the genesis of Freddy vs. Jason. The aforementioned Damian Shannon and Mark Swift were the men eventually hired to pen this script, but this thing was passed around for years and years. At one point, Louis Abernathy, Sean Cunningham's buddy who wrote Deep Star 6 for him, imagined a PG-13 film where the root of the issue was the reveal that the Crystal Lake counselor who drowned Jason as a boy was Fred Krueger. David J. Sho, the man who wrote the script for Leatherface, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, as well as Critters 3 and 4, he created the Fred Heads, a cult of Krueger fanatics who resurrect their favorite murderer. The best idea that did not make it to the final film, and by that I obviously mean my least favorite idea of the bunch, comes from Ethan Reif. In his script, the reason these two icons come to blows is... oh my god, I don't even want to say it. Ethan Reif was going to reveal that Freddy Krueger Jason Voorhees when he was a little boy. Yeah, luckily this was not a part of the final film. Ethan Reif would eventually go on to craft the story of Kung Fu Panda. Oh boy. Damian Shannon and Mark Swift got the gig, and I can't really point to what they'd done prior, as this is the first Hollywood credit on either guy's resume. It should be noted, however, that their script was timed by New Line Cinema, and it came in way too long. We're talking about 2.5 hours. I don't know about you, but I don't need a movie like this to be 2.5 hours long. Have you guys seen Terrifier 2? Because I have. Listen, I love that director. I love what he's doing with that franchise and completely blowing away all box office expectations for an independent film. Hopefully that makes a huge change in the industry, but Terrifier 2 is 2.5 hours long. And it's way too long. As of the time that I'm recording this, I haven't seen Terrifier 3 yet, but from what I've read, it's just about the same length, which is very disappointing. Terrifier 2's biggest problem is that it's too fucking long. There's too much happening in that movie, and I think it was in desperate need of being pared down. Luckily, that's exactly what happened to Freddy vs. Jason. David Goyer, though he's not credited for doing so, penned a rewrite of the Shannon Swift script. He cut this thing down from 2.5 hours to about 90 minutes. And what we get as a result is a boom, 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 boom movie. This shit never slows down. Parts of it feel rushed and shoehorned in as a result, like Freddy Krueger literally explaining the plot to the audience as to avoid any confusion, but hey, it is what it is.
Not strong enough yet. Well, I will be soon enough. I'll let Jason have some fun.
Before we go any further on production details, though, I would like to tell the story of this movie. Are you ready? We've been building to this for 6 months here on this channel. In Hollywood, it took 15 years. Strap in. What happens when a good-looking woman gets naked at Camp Crystal Lake? She gets stalked and killed by Jason Voorhees. But when her corpse reanimates into the form of another victim, it becomes clear that something is off. The arrival of the long-dead Pamela Voorhees adds to our skepticism, but in short order, the man pulling the strings is revealed. The puppet master who awakens Jason Voorhees from a decade-long slumber is none other than Freddy Krueger. After years and years of terrorizing Elm Street, the Springwood slasher's crimes were covered up, completely redacted, left behind, and purposely erased from memory. With his influence dissipated, Freddy's powers were stripped away. Krueger didn't infiltrate the dreams of Jason Voorhees to entertain himself. He sent the Crystal Lake Killer to Elm Street to reignite the conversation around himself. That's brilliant. Elm Street is full of attractive, party-going teenagers, and in short order, Jason Voorhees gets back to work. The word of these grisly murders spreads throughout the school, and when a police officer mentions Freddy Krueger by name, what do they say? You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube? Freddy regains his powers, and when he's ready to get back to business, Jason swoops in and steals his prey.
She's mine! Mine!
Before he can get back to spilling the blood of the innocent, Freddy's gonna have to get Jason out of the picture. And what better way to do that than to drag him into the dream world?
We gotta go! Let me handle this, bitch. Come to Freddy.
In this realm, Freddy is in control. Jason butchers him in the opening seconds of the showdown, but Freddy's just working him. This, right here, is what we call a beatdown. Jason is brutalized like never before. He just gets his ass kicked. And Freddy's loving every second of it. But even here, in a place where he doesn't belong, Jason is no slouch. By pure chance, Freddy discovers Jason's one true weakness, his fear of water. Now, is this a convenient plot device inconsistent with prior films in the Friday the 13th franchise? Sure, but it works. I'll take, hey, he's actually afraid of water, over, hey, he actually can't be killed unless his relatives we just created out of thin air are the ones to kill him with the Evil Dead knife. You know what I mean? Rendered down to a useless, crying, pathetic child, Freddy Krueger presses into Jason's subconscious, exploring the depths of his depravity. While all of this is going on, our main characters, who I'm pretty much completely ignoring because who really cares, are transporting the unconscious Jason Voorhees back to Crystal Lake. The plan is to wake him up on his own turf. Laurie will act as bait and pull Freddy into the real world where the final battle can commence. And guess what? This works. Man, these characters are geniuses. The second round takes place on Jason's stomping grounds, and Freddy's face when he realizes what's happened is priceless. With the playing field now leveled, Jason whoops Freddy's ass like Freddy owes him money. Well, at first, even without the power to manipulate his surroundings, this is still Freddy Krueger we're talking about. He's smarter than Jason, he's faster than Jason, and he turns the tables in a big way. This is, without a doubt, the most violent and insane fight I've ever seen in any movie. When Freddy jams his blades into Jason's eyes, I thought it was over. The music alone, I was like, oh my god, this is it. Freddy beat Jason. And that's when our heroes light the battleground on fire. Jason plunges his hand straight into Freddy's guts. He rips his fucking arm off. Freddy stabs the machete straight into Jason's heart and boom! It's over, right? Wrong. Freddy aims to kill Laurie and Will when Jason impales Freddy with his own fucking arm before sinking into the depths of Crystal Lake. Laurie chops Freddy's head clean off. Our heroes escape, and sometime later, Jason emerges from the abyss with Freddy Krueger's severed head in his hand. With a wink, we fade to black. Holy shit. Holy shit. I love this movie. Absolutely love it. Is some of the acting bad? Yes. Do I wish that the first fight would have taken place a little before the 1 hour and 5 minute mark? Possibly. But other than that, I don't know if I have any complaints. We wanted to see these guys go to war, and they fucking did. Several times, knockdown, drag out, gruesome, awful, gory, violent fights. Director Ronnie Yu was asked by the crew how much fake blood did he need? Did he need buckets? Did he need gallons? His response was gasoline barrels. 24 of them. And he was not joking. Now, I skipped practically all of the storyline details on the teenagers, and maybe that's selling them a bit short because they are kind of entertaining, they are funny, they're all good looking, but if you really want to focus on that, just watch the fucking movie. I wanted to dial it in on the Clash of the Titans. You know what though? We should focus on the solo work each killer did before the clash. Freddy's murder of Mark Davis is fantastic, and this is Freddy's only kill throughout the entire picture. And before you Freddy fans complain, this is a plot point. Jason is stealing the spotlight. If Freddy got 25 kills of his own, he'd have no reason to get Jason out of the picture. You get that, right?
Pass on a little message for me, will ya?
I feel like we should address the fact that for the first time in 15 years, Jason Voorhees is not being played by Kane Hodder. Under the mask this time is stuntman Ken Kersinger, who we've actually already seen in the series. There he is. And he's not just the diner guy. Ken actually suited up as Jason for like 10 seconds. These were scenes that the director didn't want Kane Hodder doing for a number of reasons. Kane was extremely dejected after not being offered the role for a 5th time, and the call to go with someone else came from producer Stokely Chaffin. According to Crystal Lake Memories, Stokely wanted somebody who wasn't a total robot, and she apparently found Hodder's body language in his previous films cartoony. I've shared my opinion on Kane Hodder's work as Jason. I'm not into the constant heaving breaths and the never-ending fists and flexing. Ken Kersinger's take on Jason is very different. Director Ronnie Yu had this idea that Jason is slow. Very slow in his approach. Until it's time to strike. And at that moment, he's got the speed of a rattlesnake. Before I go any further, I do have to address something. There is a long-standing rumor that WWE legend Rey Mysterio appears in this movie. And that rumor is not true. At all. Here, right here, when Freddy flies out of Crystal Lake. For 20 years, people have been claiming this is Rey Mysterio. Why? I guess just because this stunt kind of resembles his entrance to the ring. Now, not only is this stuntman's body not even close to being the same dimensions as Rey's, but you can just look in the credits. This guy's name is Doug Chapman, so now you know. If you've ever participated in spreading that rumor, first of all, you should have looked into it for yourself. It's easy to do. And secondly, stop spreading this around. It's not true. It was never true. Anytime you're looking at a Versus movie, you know what the main question is going to be. You're probably asking the question yourself. Who's gonna win? Now, most of the time, there's some sort of draw scenario cooked up where nobody has to take the L, but not all the time. Recently, we saw this in Godzilla vs. Kong. There are 3 fights in that movie. Godzilla cleanly wins 2 of them. The 3rd of which ends with Godzilla looking down at Kong, a free and clear kill shot right there for him, and he doesn't take it. But he gives Kong a look of, you know what happened here. When it comes to Freddy and Jason, the conversation has gone back and forth. Freddy's fans feel like he wins because he winks at the camera. Jason's fans say there's no way Freddy won. Jason's up and walking around carrying Freddy's head. I think it can be argued that nobody wins if you want to go that route, but for me, it's pretty clear. I like both guys, and when it comes down to it, I would take Michael Myers over either of them, so I'm not playing favorites in saying Jason wins. Freddy's fucking head was cut off. And even without Laurie decapitating Freddy, Jason landed the final blow. He took Freddy out with his own arm. I gotta give it to Jason Voorhees. What's really funny is that there was an idea to shoot 2 endings. One where Freddy wins and one where Jason wins. And you would buy your ticket not knowing which ending you were going to see. For whatever reason, New Line decided against this, which I think is beyond stupid. People 100% would have gone to the movies again to try and catch the other ending. Are you kidding me? It's widely known that Pinhead from the Hellraiser franchise was once considered for an appearance at the end of this movie, acting as something of a referee, but this was never really going to happen. It couldn't. New Line didn't have any rights to that character at all. A final round taking place in hell in front of Satan was even written at one point. There's concept art of it. But it was deemed that the set would have been too expensive to build, and a CGI alternative would have looked like shit, so this idea was also dropped. There is one alternate ending that you can find on your DVD or Blu-ray, where Laurie and Will are getting down to business, and Will is revealed to be Freddy in disguise. This was even shown to test audiences who unanimously hated it, so it was scrapped. Good call, in my opinion. This doesn't work for me. I appreciate the complete avoidance of CGI for things that they felt wouldn't work. Even several spots where CGI was used, like Jason being pinballed back and forth in the dream world, That wasn't the original intention. They shot an actual man on wires getting slammed into all of that pipe work, but Ronnie Yu didn't like the way that it looked. So they went with the CGI. 99% of the blood here is practical. Like I said earlier, barrels and barrels were on set at any given time, and I think it was all used in the shoot. What Ronnie Yu did like was wire work, and this is where his Hong Kong martial arts influence shined the brightest. When you see these slashers getting thrown into the water, that's a wire stunt. Jason being propelled by the flying tanks, wire work. That's a real guy. And if we're in the effects section now, I have to put over Freddy's appearance. Across the last several Nightmare films, not including New Nightmare, Freddy looked like shit. He wasn't burnt and scary anymore. He looked like a baby with pink bubblegum all over his head. The burns here are a deep crimson. It looks painful. When he flies out of the water and transforms into what I like to call Red Devil Freddy, get the fuck out of here. This is one of his all-time great looks. Jason is dressed pretty much like Frankenstein's monster in this film, and his blackened, rotting skin is meant to look decayed, as if the blood in his body has set and begun to deteriorate. I feel like I can smell this Jason. Ew. This movie came out when I was 12, going on 13 years old. That year, my buddy Bathroom Money Tim Ewers and I, our Freddy and Jason fandom was at an all-time high. We dressed up as the characters for Halloween that year, and in our free time, we would play Freddy vs. Jason. I'm not kidding. We would put the costumes on and go in the backyard and basically have Freddy vs. Jason wrestling matches. Now, to be clear, we were not performing for anyone. This was 100% for our own entertainment. We would be covered from head to toe in fake blood. Fake blood that we would get by the bottle at Party City. This was a practice that my dad was not a fan of, and I can still hear him in the back of my mind going, "Don't be coming in the house with that bullshit all over you." We would have to stand out there and hose each other down before we came in. I'm not kidding. It was insane. Freddy vs. Jason released on August 15th, 2003. On a budget of $30 million, the film would gross over $116 million worldwide, making it not only the highest grossing Nightmare on Elm Street movie ever made up to this point, but the highest grossing Friday the 13th film ever made, full stop. New Line pulled it all out in the marketing, even hosting a boxing-style weigh-in and press conference. Ronnie Yu saw this movie as, and I quote, Godzilla vs. King Kong plus Aliens plus WWF. And I'll be goddamned if he didn't bring that exact sort of vision to life. 21 years have elapsed since the release of Freddy vs. Jason, and to this day, this was the final performance of Robert Englund as Freddy Krueger. It's perfect, in a way, as Englund himself said that he sees this film as a fitting send-off for both of these characters, as well as the prior 20 years of horror. I can't say I disagree, and I think it's awesome that this was his Freddy Krueger swan song. Freddy vs. Jason was 15 years in the making, and in my mind, it lived up to and exceeded the hype. I suppose it's also worth noting that a sequel was made. Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash from the Evil Dead franchise gave us the most vicious triple threat match in horror history. This was not a feature film, it was a comic book. And I did a whole retrospective on this already over on my show Scream Sequence. Link in description. Where would Jason go from here? He'd been killed and resurrected more times than anybody could count, and now he was coming off a win in the biggest fight in horror history. One could make a case for his retirement. What did he have left to prove, right? Well, in some ways that is exactly what happened. Jason Voorhees and Friday the 13th, for all intents and purposes, ended right here. All of the established lore, the entire journey that we had taken thus far, this was it. The only place to go was back to the beginning to do it all again. Friday the 13th would act as a full-on reboot, throwing out any and all continuity, starting from scratch. Remember how Part 5 was ignored going into Part 6? Forget about it. Remember how Takes Manhattan was ignored heading into Goes to Hell? Forget about it. Forget about all of it. It's done. This new film would see New Line Cinema, Paramount, and Michael Bay's Platinum Dunes all working together to make this possible. Platinum Dunes, just a few years prior, had made their debut producing the remake of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, drawing over $107 million on a budget of less than $10 million. Wasn't just a massive overachievement, it was a sign of things to come. That reboot made Leatherface a star all over again, and when it came time to give Jason Voorhees the same treatment, they chose their writers and director very carefully. And by that I mean they got the guys who wrote Freddy vs. Jason and the director from the 2003 Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Marcus Nispel. Nispel's cinematographer here would be Daniel Pearl, the man who famously shot the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, then returned for that remake. Would the Platinum Dunes, Marcus Nispel, Daniel Pearl trio lead to this Friday the 13th film looking a lot like their Texas Chainsaw film? Yeah, a little bit. But hey, we'll get into the nitty-gritty soon enough. Hold your horses. This time I think we will open with the story rather than the production details. And it's funny, for as many times as we've covered, oh, there are teenagers on a campground and Jason is killing them, that concept kind of had not been touched in about 20 years at this point. Seriously, think about it. Part 7 was the last time Jason was stomping around a campground throughout the entire movie. Part 8 was the ship and then New York. Part 9 was Goes to Hell with other people doing the killing. X was in space, and then he fought Freddy Krueger. This is back to basics, and that was by design. The year is 1980. A camp counselor is cornered by an older woman who is accusing the counselor of killing her son. They come to blows, and the older woman's head is cut clean from her shoulders. The counselor disappears into the night, and a disfigured young boy collects his mother's belongings, as well as the weapon that ended her life. Just to be clear, yes, this was the story of Friday the 13th Part 1, played out in about 4 minutes. That is awesome. We are off to the races now. Fast forward to present day 2009. A group of party-going teenagers arrive at their destination, an abandoned old attraction called Camp Crystal Lake. What's funny is there's a tiny subplot about how 2 of these guys are here to find a hidden marijuana farm that they intend to harvest and sell. And if that sounds familiar, it's because director Marcus Nispel used this exact idea in his 2003 Texas Chainsaw Massacre film. Anyway, these kids are doing what they do. Some wander off, others get down to business without any clothes on. This guy stumbles upon the secret stash, and then is immediately killed by the man who lives in these woods. All these years later, Jason Voorhees never left Camp Crystal Lake. One by one, the campers are murdered, each one dispatched more violently than the last. What becomes clear in these opening minutes is that we've never seen Jason quite like this. This new Jason isn't a useless moron who relies solely on sneak attacks and brute strength. Between the bear trap and some tricks that we'll look at later, it's obvious that he's become an extremely skilled hunter. He lives off the land, and he knows these woods like the back of his hand. Cooking this girl over the campfire inside her sleeping bag is evil, man. Holy shit. Inside of the opening 23 minutes, Jason Voorhees kills off the entire cast. Are you kidding me? If you didn't get goosebumps the first time you saw this movie, when that title card popped up, you're out of your mind. That right there was what made Marcus Nispel sign on to direct this picture. Killing every character inside of the first 25 minutes was a twist that writers Damian Shannon and Mark Swift likened to Janet Leigh's death in Psycho. They thought that there was no way anybody could possibly predict that that's how it would play out, and I gotta say, they're right. I mean, it worked on me. So with the first 2 films in the franchise already summarized inside of the first half hour, we fast forward another 6 weeks. A new group of kids are headed out to their rich friend's lake house to party the night away. They run into this guy who is out looking for his sister, who we just saw with the last group. Oh boy. Everybody's doing their thing. Partaking in illicit activities, going out for a hike, topless wakeboarding, how you doing? It's kind of nice. Ow! Oh yeah, this is a Friday the 13th movie, isn't it? We're cooking now. And oh, I should mention, Jason ditched the burlap sack. Danielle Panabaker and Jared Padalecki, who play Jenna and Clay, respectively, go out together looking for Clay's sister, Whitney. During the expedition, they encounter the man himself. Jenna and Clay head down into the mine tunnels both for safety and in hopes to continue their search, and wouldn't you know it, they were smart to do so as they happen upon Whitney Miller, who Jason has kept alive due to her resemblance to his mother.
Please don't hurt me. Jason. It's okay.
These tunnels are the in-universe explanation for how Jason can seemingly be in so many places at once, by the way. He's not supernaturally gifted in this film. He just knows where he's going. Back at the lake house, the party is alive and well. And when Chewie heads out to grab a thing or two from the shed...
Poor people call this a house. Jesus Christ. You have never used this shit. Ha! More? Oh, absolutely. No, all right, you don't have to force it on me. Oh, God, you scared the shit out of me, bro. Oh,
Jenna and Clay meet up with everyone and alert them that there's a man out there killing in the woods. And when Lawrence goes out to investigate... Fucker!
We have to help him.
No, we can't, okay? He's using your friend as bait.
Now, Jason knows where everybody is. And though they might feel safe behind these locked doors, they're just fish in a barrel. A police officer finally arrives and... Jenna, Clay, and Trent make a break for it, with Trent going off in his own direction. He flags down a passing driver, and just when it looks like he might have secured an escape... Clay and Jenna get down into the tunnels, Jason's lair, if you will, and they rescue Whitney. It's time to go. It's time to go now when... To this day, Jenna's murder ranks highly amongst the most shocking character deaths in horror history. Now trapped inside a barn, the reunited Clay and Whitney have no choice but to stand their ground or die. Clay gives it everything he's got, but Jason is just too much. That's when Whitney uses Jason's misconception against him.
Jason! It's okay. You can stop now.
The mind games work. Jason is trapped and killed. Just kidding. He's still coming at them full force. It takes a machete through the chest to finally stop this raging beast. The siblings dispose of Jason's body in Crystal Lake and walk off into the sunset. There you have it, an overabundance of violence, nudity, and thrills, all in the name of Friday the 13th. Now, I don't know where you fall on this one, but personally, I think that this 2009 reboot/remake is one of the best entries in the entire franchise. Does it slow down a little bit there in the middle when we have to be introduced to a whole new group of kids? Sure, but this group is funny, they're all easy to look at, and honestly, I think the trade of a little slowdown was 100% worth the shock of that initial group slaughter. Does it feel maybe a little pedestrian to be back on teenagers, having sex, doing drugs, in the woods, after all of the insanity that we had seen Jason engage with up to this point? Sure, I could maybe see an argument for that this is hard to come back to, but in all actuality, this is what I want Jason to be doing. I don't want to be on a cruise ship. I don't want body swapping, and I don't fucking want to be in space. In going back to basics, this is about as good as it gets. Director Marcus Nispel doesn't get the love he deserves, man. He took this gig not only because of the full cast wipeout inside of the first 25 minutes, but because he grew up as a Boy Scout. His style in keeping everything really dark, only showing us what we need to see, he approached this film in this way because, in his words, when you've got a big muscly man in a hockey mask in broad daylight, that can easily become laughable, a joke. And he's right. The seclusion of darkness doesn't allow for us to really study our killer. And when Jason isn't protected by the shade of nightfall, we never see him up close and personal. Little tricks, clever little tricks here from Marcus Nispel. And I mean, that same logic can be applied to Jason's system of tunnels below the campground. These don't act simply as a way to allow him to get around quickly. They also break up the visual monotony of the wilderness. In the woods, surrounded by trees, everything looks exactly the same. Very quickly, you can find yourself bored with the repetitive nature of nature, I guess, for lack of a better term. The tunnels eliminated that issue. Bravo. But all this isn't to say that Marcus Nispel had a blast on this project. Quite the opposite, actually. He states in an interview on the brand new 4K release of this film from Alpha Video, a 4K that I had to buy for myself and then borrow my buddy Ethan's PS5 just to watch it. Thanks, Ethan. Nispel stated that he loves to get ahead of schedule, that staying ahead allows him more room to riff and experiment later on. Everything was going according to plan when they were able to shoot the first 25 pages of the script on the very first day of shooting. This was all the stuff with the original group. When it came time for the topless scene, the original actress, who I don't know who it was, she refused to do the scene. There's no footage of this situation, so I'll just come on camera to tell you. Here's the situation. Marcus Nispel went to this actress and he said, "Hey, we don't need nudity here. I don't care. Are you ready? Let's do it." And then the producers pulled Marcus aside and said, "What are you doing? We absolutely need nudity here. Get her naked." Marcus Nispel had to go back to this actress and say, like, "Hey, it's not me, but the producers really need this shot. Just have fun with it. Just be comfortable. Treat it like a spoof. Parody the scenes in your head that you don't like. Make it your own. We're not shooting a porno out here, you know? Just have fun. Be comfortable. She wasn't for it. Wasn't gonna happen. So Marcus Nispel now goes back to the producers and says, hey, she's not gonna do it. She's gonna walk. Is it really worth losing this entire day? Is it really worth burning all of this money and burning all of this time for this shot of boobs? And the producers, I swear to God, were like, yeah. And so this actress quit. They had to replace her. They had to do this entire day's worth of 25 pages worth of the script all over again with one actor replaced. What a joke. From that moment on, Marcus Nispel said that this film was a massive headache with too many cooks in the kitchen. He labeled it not a positive experience, and when the film was finished, he even considered having his name taken off the project entirely. His experience was that bad. But when he saw the first rough cut of the movie, he liked it, and he eased up on his stance of removing his name. And I'm glad that's the case, because even if he went through hell on this project, I think he did a great job. Hats off to Marcus Nispel. I wanted to make sure to give him his flowers here. And speaking of giving people their flowers, under the hockey mask this time out is Derek Mears. Standing 6'5", weighing in at enough to kick your ass, Derek's career is decorated. Outside of Jason Voorhees, you might have seen him as the titular character in DC's Swamp Thing. You might have seen him on Twin Peaks. He suited up as the Predator in 2010's Predators, a movie that is awesome and not talked about nearly enough. Derek's been around the block, and on Friday the 13th, he went to work. In the scene where Jason impales Trent and lifts him off the ground, sawing the machete up through his chest, there were no wires here, no CGI. Derek was grabbing a hold of the mechanism around Travis Van Winkle's torso and deadlifting him off the ground with his bare hands. He is top tier as Jason, 100% in the conversation for the best to ever do it. And if we're gonna put over stunt work, you know that part where Amanda is cooked inside the sleeping bag like a fucking human marshmallow? There's a real stunt woman inside that bag. Vanessa, you're a fucking animal, dude. Holy shit. I feel like this film toes the line when it comes to fan service. And by that I mean the original definition of fan service, like Easter eggs and references to the past. Longtime fans might pick up on the little nudges spread throughout this movie. And that's what they are. It's not in your face, it's just a little wink. The wheelchair in the tunnels is a callback to Mark from Part 2. The locket and Whitney's resemblance to Pamela Voorhees is a nod to Ginny from Part 2. Jared Padalecki plays Clay Miller, which, yes, the name is a tip of the hat to series co-creator Victor Miller. There was one massive reference in the script that never made it into the film, in which we see a photograph of Corey Feldman as young Tommy Jarvis. This was supposed to be in the scene where Jason discovers the hockey mask up in the attic. That would have been kinda crazy, seeing as though this is a reboot. None of that Tommy Jarvis stuff happened here, you know? And speaking of changes, Jason didn't always find the hockey mask off to the side in a pile of junk. As originally shot, the Donnie character was going to find this mask and he was going to put it on himself. He would smoke weed through it and then wear it while interacting with a specific type of magazine. I am so glad this was reshot because I despise this sort of thing. This is like when Rob Zombie put the adult-sized Michael Myers mask on Child Michael. It's embarrassing. It's a laughingstock. I hate seeing iconic aspects of these characters used for comedy. I hate it to death. And I guess somebody on Friday the 13th felt the same. One of the most memorable aspects of this film, for me, is the home video release. On DVD, Blu-ray, on demand, wherever you were finding it, the killer cut was getting pushed to death. This is more blood, more gore, more boobs. Basically, if you're gonna watch this movie, the killer cut is the way to go. There's even an alternate death scene for Jason, with the stab and Marvel quip being dropped.
Say hi to Mommy! In hell!
Where the chain that is stuck in the grinder breaks Jason's neck. I think I like this version way better. And I must say, the final scene, where Jason breaks up through the dock and he grabs Whitney, I've never been a fan of this. It feels empty and tacked on, in my opinion. It's like Zack Snyder killing Superman and then showing the dirt lift off the coffin like 90 seconds later. Let the weight of what you did resonate a little bit. Let it simmer, you know? If we're gonna talk about endings though, I learned in my research that Jenna's death, that's Danielle Panabaker, was supposed to occur much closer to the finish of the film. As scripted by Damian Shannon and Mark Swift, Jenna and Jason were going to be tied up in these chains on like a pulley system, and they were going to be going up and down. Jenna was going to free herself and turn around. She was going to turn to Clay and Whitney. Unbeknownst to her, Jason frees himself as well. He comes flying out of the fucking sky and he sinks his machete into Jenna's head. Now, Jenna's reaction, and I think this would have been awesome, where she just stands still and she looks Clay in the eyes and she goes, "Do you hear that? Do you hear that ringing sound?" And all this blood just starts streaming down her face and then she falls down dead. That is fucking awesome. Damian Shannon said in an interview that he was in a room with Michael Bay. Michael Bay is going through the script and he gets to that scene and he's like, "I love this. I have no idea how you would shoot it. We definitely can't afford it. I don't even know how I would shoot this. So it's not going to happen. But I do love it." Which is, first of all, that's a huge compliment. And second of all, what a shame. Oh, that would have been fucking cool to see, right? Released on February 13th, 2009, just in time for Valentine's Day. How you doing? Friday the 13th would draw over $92 million at the box office. And that's on a budget of just under $20 million. Translation, this movie made some really nice money. Critically, it was a stinker. Even the audience scores on these aggregator sites are quite low. And to that I say, you guys have no taste. This movie is awesome. And in a franchise where arguably half of the entries are quite bad, this reboot stands tall. Box office wise, it didn't beat Freddy vs. Jason, but it did pretty handily defeat Rob Zombie's 2007 Halloween reboot. It's also a better movie than Rob Zombie's Halloween, but hey, now I'm just sharing my own personal opinions. What's not an opinion, what is cold, hard fact, is that this reboot, to this very day, 15 years later, sadly, this is still the final entry in the Friday the 13th franchise. A sequel was confirmed at one point, as far back as 2010, with writers Damian Shannon and Mark Swift even penning a full script. The sequel would have taken place in the snow. We would have opened with kids playing hockey on a frozen crystal lake, with the camera panning down below the ice to reveal Whitney Miller's corpse, confirming that Jason did kill her at the end of the first movie. This sequel would have even seen the return of Tommy Jarvis, who escaped from a mental institution, and he would be using camp counselors as bait to draw Jason out of hiding. This sounds pretty damn cool, but for myriad reasons, from lawsuits to studio standoffs to a million other things, it never came to be. And unfortunately, the way things are now, I wouldn't hold your breath for Jason's next big movie anytime soon. The long-standing lawsuit between Victor Miller and Sean Cunningham and the studios, this was settled. The copyright of the contents of the original title reverted back to Victor Miller. And hey, Victor Miller was working on an A24 produced series, set for release on the Peacock streaming platform. It was going to be called Crystal Lake. It would have been a brand new look at Jason as a child, with Pamela Voorhees as the main character. This series has since completely imploded. Sean Cunningham recently stated that any sort of new film is years away from being a reality, as he sees studios not wanting to spend money and risk not gaining a large return. Sean Cunningham is, and always has been, in my opinion, a blight on the Friday the 13th name. He greenlit the worst fucking movies in the series and delayed so many more from being produced for the better part of 2 decades now. The latest update we've received came just 6 months ago at time of record, with the announcement of Jason Universe. What is Jason Universe? Well, it sounds like a plan to extract as much money out of this IP as humanly possible. The press release features no mention of a new film, putting the weight on new activations, whatever the fuck that means, in the shape of entertainment, games, and immersive experiences. Jason is now a playable character in the Warner Brothers video game Multiverses, which was just blamed for a $100 million loss, so we've got that going for us. While the last 15 years have gone by practically without a peep from Jason Voorhees or Friday the 13th, it goes without saying that its legacy has been established for decades. Even if we never get another movie, what's the difference? Jason, Pamela, Tommy Jarvis, hell, Freddy Krueger, and everybody else, this series is already iconic. It's legendary. Friday the 13th is right up there at the top of horror history. You can bet your balls that if there was a scary movie Mount Rushmore, that rock would have a fucking hockey mask etched into it. Was this 2009 reboot unnecessary? Sure, in the long run it was, seeing as though it did not succeed in re-kickstarting the IP, but that was to no fault of its director. It was to no fault of its writers, its cast, or its performance at the box office. It was the fault of legal bullshit, of Hollywood hullabaloo. And while the film may not have needed to exist, I'm glad it does, because it's good. Freddy vs. Jason may have been the perfect send-off for the character, but this reboot was proof that Jason Voorhees can exist in any day and any age. From the time I was a kid, walking the aisles of the video store, I was drawn to it. As a 12-year-old, dressing up for Halloween and even playing in the yard with my friend Tim, recreating scenes from Freddy vs. Jason, all the way to this very day, making my living writing and creating videos about this franchise, Friday the 13th is just like its masked madman. It's immortal in every sense of the word. Oh, there it is, Dan Dans. The history of Friday the 13th is officially over. This was a massive undertaking, several years in the making, and I want to say thank you very much for watching. And if you so desire, thank you for supporting me over on Patreon or right here under a YouTube channel membership. I will never take for granted that you guys allow for me to share my stories with you on this platform, and I really, truly hope that you continue to share your stories with me down in the comments. I will be reading, as always. Thank you for being here, thank you for watching, and until next time, I love ya, and I will see you soon.